Thank you. I now propose the question. I now put the question. I now put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that by the Honorable, let me take that again. I put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Duncan Mathenge. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. The first one was a division. I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 27 be amended as per the order paper in subsection 1 by deleting the word make before the word publish. So that would read that the Cabinet Secretary shall publish and publicize the National Treasury website and all that. So the Honorable Chairperson, this amendment is seeking to correct these clerical errors and to remove redundancies, since we already acknowledge the role of EACC on matters of anti-corruption. I don't have to repeat that as repeated in subsection 2, therefore deleting paragraph C.
I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 27. I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We have another amendment by the Honorable Duncan Mathenge. You may prosecute your amendment.
Thank you, Chair.
Please do not give him time to make a decision on whether he wants to proceed.
Yeah, I am proceeding, Chair. My work in this House is to contribute to legislation. Honorable Chair, once again, transparency and public scrutiny by citizens of investment, the right to information, and also being able to track how taxpayers expend taxpayers' funds are being utilized.
I would like you to just go direct to the amendment. Do not debate.
I propose that clause 27 of the bill be amended in subsection 2 by inserting the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph C. The infrastructure projects under the fund, E, procurement documents and contract awards issued, C, contractors and beneficial ownership information, and C, payments made and progress of the projects.
Yes, Majority Leader. Why don't I propose first? I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed. Yes, please. No, I can't see you before.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to oppose. And if you know, you know. If you read the kind of things the Honorable Member for Nyeri Town is proposing, if you know, you know. Payments made and progress reports on projects. If you know, you know. We must oppose this because it is dangerous for this House. Very, very dangerous. And we must oppose. And I have said, if you know, you know. And I would advise the member for Nyeri Town not to trend along the lines he's trending. It is a very dangerous, slippery path that you are trending on. If you know, you know.
Yes, Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support the amendments proposed by the Honorable Duncan. And Madam Chair, I listened to the majority leader, and even in his own disapproval of the same, he never said anything, because as if you know, you know. We don't know what he wants us to know. He should have made it clear, but the Honorable Duncan has made it clear why he wants this amendment, and I support him.
Honorable Ounda, and then Honorable Elachi, then we can...
Chair, Honorable Chair, the problem with this country is that people like selling fear. And as we always say, we have no money to buy fear, we are broke. So, majority leader, don't sell to us fear. We have no money to buy fear, we are broke. So, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the intention of the amendment is noble, because it needs to be full disclosure at any given time. But I don't know what I know some things.
Have you finished, Honorable Ounda? Yes, he has agreed. Okay, proceed.
You know, Honorable Ondo is a very good debater, and I like to inform him. And he knows that if it is disclosure of information, that is adequately covered for in the bill. And that's why I advise my younger brother, Honorable DMM, because he knows what I know, and I know he knows I know. And we all know. I just don't want to say it. But if he dares me to say it, I will say it, and I will.
Honorable Elachi? Yes, Honorable Ounda, please speak.
I have received the information gladly, and probably as we debate, normally, at any given time, all committees, departmental committees, are expected to receive reports on a quarterly basis on budget performance and output. Probably we need to tie up around that line so that probably as we legislate, we don't double legislate what already exists. That's why I said nobly it's a very good idea, but we need to discuss and see how best to put it to avoid over legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Elachi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this will tie us. I think that amendment of my brother of Nyeri will not be a right amendment for our House, because already it will be breach of conflict. We will have a lot of challenges if we try and do such a thing. Yes, let's not have it.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by Honorable Mathenge. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Thank you. The nays have it.
Clause 28.
I've now proposed the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I now propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. There is an amendment. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 29 be amended as per the order paper. This particular amendment is seeking to provide clarity on the sources of funds for the fund and to remove ambiguities. And for the record, Honorable Chairperson, the monies of the fund shall include proceeds of privatization under the Privatization Act, profits for the sale of shares in a government-linked corporation under Section 87A of the PFA Act, and C, proceeds from investments taken by the fund. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. Yes? Yes, proceed, Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I want to support this amendment. And this is what we were saying yesterday, that we need to appreciate that this money will form part of our public debt. I support.
Yes, Honorable Ounda.
Once again, I support, and once again, I want to ask the Almighty God to bless Majority Leader and Chair. And for record purpose, Honorable Chair, what we normally debate here is the bill as published, the committee reports just to support and widen our thinking. Asante sana, Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question. Yes, Majority Leader?
Chair, now that Oundo keeps blessing me and the chair, I don't know, he's just being mischievous, Honorable Chair, because Oundo has been here long enough to know that the committee reports usually also serve to inform debate in the House. But this is also to allay the fears of those. You know, Honorable Chair, I'm saying that because Oundo had told us yesterday, if he has forgotten, that we should shred this bill and republish it. And I told him, if you read it together with the committee report, many of the issues you are speaking to have been addressed, including that fear or that fear that the fund could be used to borrow. And we are saying this fund will not be used to borrow. This fund is an investment fund. And I think, Honorable Oundo, I thank you for blessing me and the chair and the members of the Finance Committee. And may the Lord also bless you and guide you in all the ways that every time you speak the truth. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So, Honorable Mbui, now that the chairperson's proposal has been, proposed amendment has been carried, yours falls. So let us proceed. So therefore, I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I now propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Clause 31. Okay, no amendment. Oh, yeah, there is here. I now propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill.
Amendment.
Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, I'd like to move that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper. This Honorable Chairperson is going to provide clarity on where these funds are going to be held. Because, Honorable Chairperson, we are amending the clause to read that the bill amended by dating clause 31, subject therefore with the following new clause: the monies of the fund shall be held in a bank account at the Central Bank of Kenya. Because the area, as what was read in the bill, was that the amount, this is clause 31, that the bank, the administration of the fund shall cause a bank to be opened in the name of a fund and be opened in a bank regulated by the central bank. That would mean that these monies would have been operated by a bank regulated by the central bank. And the question is, Honorable Chairperson, we don't want, for example, the proceeds from the IPPO of KPA is in excess of 100 billion shillings. And that money being held in a commercial bank, whereas we have the Central Bank of Kenya. Honorable Chairperson, we are losing in terms of interest, and this is the same money that again we go to borrow in terms of overdraft facility. So we are expressly saying that monies in this fund shall only be held at the Central Bank of Kenya, but providing a rider on 4 that the fund may operate other bank accounts in commercial banks, the name of the fund for investment operation purposes. So again, they need to pay for their office rent or for their board allowances, then those monies then can be operated in a bank, but the main account of the bank shall be the Central Bank of Kenya. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Chairperson, Finance and National Planning. Okay, Honorable Makalu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, even as I support this amendment, I think we need to be cautious because, you know, from July, we have moved to a single treasury account. And you know what that means. I know it's been phased out. So I think we may need just to check with the treasury to find out whether this kind of fund will also belong under the single treasury account. Because when you talk about the central bank, it's okay. But when you open when you say it might then go to commercial accounts, it might cause confusion.
Yes, let me listen to Budget Chair, then I'll come to Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I didn't intend to oppose the amendment, but I'm just questioning the wisdom behind the amendment, because my understanding is that this is a fund which is supposed to attract private investment. And private investments, you cannot restrict private investments to central bank. You need to open up the fund so that it is really a fund that is operating like a private fund. If you bring government bureaucracy into the fund in terms of banking, then the possibility that you are still curtailing this fund is going to appear. So my view is that, though I don't want to oppose the amendment, but I'm just trying to think loudly that let us not bring government bureaucracy like, fixing that this fund must sit in government account. I have a background of banking, and I know that the majority leader knows that there's nothing wrong if this fund is sitting at KCB, because KCB is also just a government bank. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Leader, then we'll go to the chair.
Chair, you know, the chair of Budget and Appropriations Committee is saying I know because he used to work with my wife in the bank. So he's speaking as a banker now, not... but these are good amendments, Honorable Chair, and I support, because customarily you find very many funds being managed by the national government and even funds in county governments being put in commercial banks. That money ends up staying in those commercial banks. Government gets need to borrow, probably to pay your salaries at the end of the month. They go back to the same commercial banks and borrow from the same commercial banks at an interest. And that is what the chair was speaking, or the chair was saying, that this money will be, the funds account will be held in the central bank. But that does not mean, just to allay the fears of the chairman, Atandi, that there will be no other commercial bank accounts being opened. And I say, for instance, if they need to pay their salaries or their recurrent expenditure, you can't expect that that money will be held for their recurrent expenditure in central bank. They will have the leeway to open a commercial bank account. But the fund's solid capital should be held in Central Bank of Kenya, so that even any interest earned by that money should be public money, so that we avoid also feeding. You know, there is no other business in this country that can give you the kind of returns that banks get. And most of that money comes from the public sector. Let us keep public sector money in the public sector. And those who come in with their private equity then can open commercial bank accounts, and nothing stops them from opening commercial bank accounts. I support the amendment by the chair.
Yes, Honorable Brugara, but honorable members, I know many members have said that they would like to leave for Mwardi Kir, so we might end up losing quorum if we go on like this.
Thank you very much. There isn't particularly no problem with the first two provisions 1, 2, and 3, but when it comes to number 4, it does open up again number 1, 2, and 3, because this is an investment fund. So my view would have been, but that's out of abundant caution, that the fund may operate other bank accounts in the commercial banks in the name of the fund, in respect of an investment, particular after particular. Otherwise, you open this in central bank, and tomorrow, because it is an investment fund, you move all of it to commercial banks. That is the risk that we are seeing here. Because the conjunction "and" is used in respect of operational purposes.
Point taken. Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
Clause 32 has no amendments. I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 33 be amended by inserting the words "and in accordance with Article 208 of the Constitution," immediately the words "established." This amendment is seeking to provide clarity on the withdrawal of the fund and the constitutional underpinning. Honorable Chairperson, just to bring clarity, because I think the contribution by my co-chair for budget may have given a different signal. What we just approved in the other clause we just approved is to make sure that those funds are deposited in the Central Bank of Kenya, and only money for operational purposes or for investment purposes will be transferred into a commercial bank. I think it's important that we provide that clarity. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chairperson. I think this is rather straightforward. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Move of the amendment, Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairperson. My proposal was that clause 34 of the bill be deleted. This is a clause that deals with that says that the board may, with the approval of the CS, invest any surplus funds in government securities. But Madam Chair, looking at the situation and noting that a message has come to this House telling members how to vote, I want to drop that amendment because it will never see light of day.
I will not take note of what you have said. I will just proceed to the voting. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. The members will be at liberty. Oh, you've dropped it. Okay, so there's no amendment. I now propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
Clause 35. I now propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Move of the amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 35 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chairperson, clause 35 is amended to the proposed amendment of clause 35 is seeking to provide clarity on the annual estimates of the fund in accordance with the Constitution and in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act. In short, Honorable Chairperson, all the operations of these funds, including the expenditures and the incomes, will have to follow the rules as per the PFM Act in terms of their preparations and their submission to this House. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. 35, sorry, let me repeat that. I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Clause 36 is a proposed amendment. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Mover of the amendment?
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 36 be amended as per the order paper. This is also, Honorable Chairperson, to reiterate that this fund will still be subject to the Public Audit Act, and therefore there is an express provision that their financial statements must and shall be audited by the Auditor General. But Honorable Chairperson, if you remember last year we passed an amendment to the Public Audit Bill, to the Public Audit Act, that reduced the period for submission of financial statements to the Auditor General from 4 months to 3 months. Therefore, this particular amendment is now aligning to Section 47(1) of the Public Audit Act, Cap 412B, and also with our constitution that requires that all public funds and all public accounts must be subject to audit by the Auditor General, and they must submit their financial statements to the Auditor General within 3 months after the end of a financial year.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is self-explanatory. I now propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Chair, I don't need to add anything much on this, but I support. But also to say, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, remember when we moved this bill the day before yesterday, I emphasized on this point that this fund is subject to the Public Audit Act. And this amendment is improving the bill in the sense that the bill had required that the financial statements are sent to the Auditor General 4 months after the end of the financial year. The committee, as we said in debate, and the chair mentioned it, had proposed an amendment to reduce that period in line with the amended Public Audit Act from 4 months to 3 months. That gives Parliament the opportunity that some of us were saying that we will be denied to oversight this fund. Because 3 months after the end of the financial year, the Auditor General has the books, finishes with the audit. That audit comes to our public accounts and public investments accounts committees, and we do our work now as oversights of this fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 36 be amended. Was someone calling? Yes, Honorable Aunda, I thought you're happy about that one.
Yes, of course, I'm a happy man today. And once we finish, I'll carry the chair. We'll go where we normally go. I'm a happy man today. Chair, I just want to emphasize the point. And the point I want to emphasize is the timelines for submission of the audited reports and the timelines taken to review the same by the National Assembly. You remember there has been a court case that has made very far-reaching judgment in respect to the timelines. So I just urge the National Assembly to do all that we can to make sure that the audit reports that we submit here are updated and are as current as they can be. Thank you for the amendments.
But I think following that lawsuit, it was actually, they've speeded up the work of the various committee, and the clerk has given them ample support for them to be able to make it on time. So I don't think we still have that mischief anymore. It's already been mitigated. So allow me now, I now put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I now propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5A.
Mover? Mover, you have to make the second reading of the new clause? Yes. So you move that it be read a second time, and then you move the new clause?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 5A be now read a second time. Honorable Chairperson, this is a new clause that is now seeking to establish the governing council of the fund. This new governing council shall comprise of, among others, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, the Attorney General, and 6 other persons that are not public officers. And this is to bring more expertise and bring also officers who are already serving government that have a bird's eye view of the operations and of the whole republic. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move.
Thank you. I now propose the question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 5A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5B.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 5B be now read a second time. This, Honorable Chairperson, is explained earlier. It provides for who the governing council members are going to be, what their expertise is going to be. They need to have a degree. They need to have proven leadership experience in public policy, finance, investments, and other related field. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that the new clause 5B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 5B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5C.
Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 5C be now read a second time. Clause 5C reads that the member of the governing council under section 5BD shall be appointed by the president and shall serve a period of 3 years, renewable once. So these are, apart from, the members of the governing council are the Cabinet Secretary National Treasury, the Governor of the Central Bank, the Attorney General, and 6 persons not being public officers. So this now provision is providing that these 6 persons are the ones that will be appointed by His Excellency the President. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that the new clause 5C be now read a second time. I now put the question. Yes, Honorable Owundo, I think this is self-explanatory.
Yeah, I just wanted to draw to the attention of the chair and the majority leader. Majority leader, probably could have been a bit neater in view of the importance of this fund or the board if those being appointed at 5BD are staggered, so that there will remain some kind of institutional memory, so that we don't, it's a bit of continuity. That will just be a suggestion. Probably can pick it up later as we proceed.
I now put the question that the new clause 5C be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 5C be part of the bill. I now propose the question that the new clause 5C be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5C be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5D.
Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 5D be now read a second time. This is a provision that's providing for how these members under 5BD can be removed, the 6 person. They can be removed if they have committed a criminal offense, if they are declared bankrupt by a court of law, if they resign, or if they are otherwise found unfit to discharge the function of the office, and they can be removed just by the pen of the office of the President. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that the new clause 5D be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5D be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 5D be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5D be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5E.
And Chairperson, because we still have the BPS,
Yes.
If something is
Yeah.
already captured in the sections, then we don't have to read them out.
Honorable Chairperson, I was seeking your indulgence if we could have passed 5A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but I was told it's procedure, we must approve one. So I beg to move that, Honorable Chairperson, that clause 5E be now read a second time, and this is providing that this Council of Governors can only meet twice in a year or any other meeting that may be found necessary, but they have to give notice. So this makes sure that they don't become an impediment. Sorry. Honorable Chairperson, let me try again.
They have a copy of the bill.
I beg to move that clause 5E be now read a second time. This is providing for the governing council shall only meet twice a year so that they don't become an impediment to the running of the board. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that the new clause 5E be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 5E be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5E be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5F.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 5F be now read a second time. This providing for allowances paid to the governing council be as per the consultation with Salaries and Nomination Commission. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that the new clause 5F be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5F be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 5F be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 5F be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5G.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 5G be now read a second time. This providing that for a clause that prevents this Council of Governors from engaging in activities that would lead to conflict of interest. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that the new clause 5G be read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 5G be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 5G be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 5G be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21A.
Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 21A be now read a second time. This is providing the clause that the Cabinet Secretary shall submit the investment policy to the National Assembly for approval.
I propose the question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 21A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21B.
I now beg to move that new clause 21B, that the investment policy shall be tabled in the National Assembly, and the National Assembly shall consider the investment policy within 91 days from the date of tabling. I beg that we be read, within 90 days from the date of tabling. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that the new clause 21B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 21B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21C.
Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 21C be now read the second time, that the National Assembly shall either approve the investment policy for implementation or approve the investment policy with reservations or propose amendments, or C, decline the investment policy. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that the new clause 21C be read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 21C be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21C be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21C be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21D.
Mover.
So, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 21E be now read a second time, that upon receipt of the national notice under section 21D, the Governing Council shall publish the approved investment policy, or in the case where investment policy is approved with reservations.
I think you said E instead of D.
Oh, D, yes, sorry. I beg to move that new clause 21D be now read a second time, that the clerk shall notify the Cabinet Secretary of the resolution of the National Assembly within 7 days of the resolution, and where the National Assembly approves the investment policy with reservations or proposed amendments, the notice shall state the proposed amendments or reservations made by the National Assembly. I beg to move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. But just let's note that the members have the copy on their order paper. So, honorable members, I now propose the question that the new clause 21D be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 21D be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21D be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21D be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21E.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 21E be now read a second time.
I propose the question that the new clause 21E be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 21E be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21E be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21E be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 21F.
Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that new clause 21F be read a second time, that the investment policy shall be published in the Kenya Gazette.
Thank you. I propose the question that the new clause 21F be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 21F be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 21F be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 21F be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 25A.
Mover? Yeah. Sorry. Oh, Chairperson, it's not you who's the mover. Honorable Duncan MATIANG'I.
Chair, I propose that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after 25. Approval of projects. an infrastructure project financed from the fund whose value shall exceed this threshold as prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary shall require approval of the National Assembly prior to commitment of the funds.
I propose the question that the new clause 25A be now read a second time. Yes, Chairperson, do you want to say something?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, this House will have approved the investment policy. The board shall be required to make reports to this House annually. These particular public funds will be subjected to audit by the Office of the Auditor General. To require then that the board now comes here for approval before payment is being, Honorable Speaker, then we are making this House to do the work of National Treasury, to do the work of control of budget, to do the work of all the other entities, and to really do the work of the executive. I think it's too overreaching and it's not really necessary if you really want to operationalize this fund. And therefore, I beg this House to reject this amendment.
I put the question that the new clause 25A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Yeah. So that has fallen. Yes. So we move to the next one.
Yeah. New part 7A, new clause 36A.
Chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, at the tail end of these amendments, so Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that we insert a new part 7A, under offenses and penalties. And that 6A provides for the following. And please allow me, Honorable Chair, to read that a person who misappropriates any funds or assets from the fund, or assists or causes any person to misappropriate the funds or assets, or apply the funds or assets otherwise than in the manner provided for in the Act, commit an offense and is liable to the following: a conviction to pay twice the amount misappropriated, 2, pay a fine not less than 10 million shillings or imprisonment for a term of not less than 5 years, or to both. So this, Honorable Chairperson, this particular provision that we are amending is to provide offenses and penalties to make it very punitive for any person who shall try to misappropriate this particular fine, to make them be liable to pay twice the amount misappropriated, or to an imprisonment of not less than, or pay a fine of not less than 10 million shillings, or an imprisonment less than 5 years, Honorable Chairperson. We have seen the course, Honorable Chairperson, give fines that are much lower than the amount is misappropriated. And many Kenyans are saying, please give me that money and I am willing to go to jail for 1 year. If I am going to go to jail for 1 year and misappropriate millions, if not billions of shillings, Honorable Chairperson. So this is making it expressingly to be extremely punitive for anyone who tries to dip their dirty fingers into this particular fund, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause... Yes, Honorable Owunda?
Even Sir George wants to say something, has been quiet for long. I totally support the amendment, Honorable Chair, and probably could also think through, and Sir George will guide us, what if the person misappropriated the funds and went to piga sherehe, and he has got nothing to pay? Sir George, guide us, how shall we recover public funds? And it all ended up in celebrations and parties. Sir George, please guide. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now put the question. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is interesting form of punishment. It almost goes against the principles of legality on punishment, because you cannot be punished twice. You cannot be punished once. Now, the first punishment appears to be restitution, that you restitute what you took away, you converted in the civil law. Now, if you do that, you can only restitute the exact amount, then after that you get punished. But where it is actually doubled, it means you've already gotten a punishment. Then the second punishment is the fine. So there may be a legal problem with that, but I can assure you it's supposed to be punitive, deterrent. That is the reason it's being made as stringent as it can be. I would support it, but we may have a problem with our courts.
I think the courts during their sentencing procedure will pick it out. Yeah, so usually that is judge-made law. So, honorable members, I want to put the question that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause, you want to say something, Chair? Yes. I now put the question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New part 7A, new clause 36B.
Mover.
Mwenyekiti, ningependa kupendekeza kwamba kipengele cha 36B kisomwe kwa mara ya pili. Na mwenyekiti, kama vile chairperson wa Jaila amesema, kama hutaki kulipa hiyo faini, basi usiibe pesa ya umma. Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
I now propose the question that the new clause 36B be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 36B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 36B be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 36B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There is no 36, right?
No.
38.
No, new clause 38.
Yes, Honorable Mathenge.
Honorable Chair, the intended new clause 38 has been taken care of by the new clause 36B. So I drop the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah. So that is duly dropped. Thank you.
New clause 39.
Mover.
Honorable Chairperson, it's good to know that this is the last amendment, the last new clause. I beg to move that new clause 39 be now read a second time. This, Honorable Chairperson, is a consequential amendment. As a consequential amendment, since the bill provides that one of the source of the funds will be process of privatization, then there is need to amend Section 54 of the Procedural Act so that it reads as follows: that proceeds from the sale of direct government shareholding, that 54, any proceeds from the sale of direct national government shareholding shall be paid into the consolidated fund. I beg to move, Honorable Chairperson.
I now propose the question that the new clause 39 be now read a second. No, 39. Yeah, actually it's 39, not 39A. I propose the question that the new clause 39 be now read a second time. I now put the question that the new clause 39 be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 39 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Sorry, apologies, I haven't said that. Okay. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chairperson. Is that? Clause 2.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that Clause 2 be amended as per the order paper, and this is going to provide for the definition. This is on definitions. This is providing for definition of who comprises the governing council.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Yes? Proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
I needed to propose the question before I allow you, so now I've allowed you.
Okay, Chairman, I think you better listen to this. We had agreed that you need to define catalytic national infrastructure. I don't know whether now, at what point do you do that? Because I think it's important.
Okay, Chairperson, that seems to be a valid issue. Let him have a minute to respond. Okay, while we are waiting, Honorable Kangogo, while we wait for the chair to respond to Honorable Makali.
Yes, under clause 2, Honorable Chair, the chair has given saying that the definition of governing council, which I don't have a problem, but the definition of national infrastructure means the national highways, the railway networks, airports, seaports, electricity generation, transmission and distribution infrastructure, water reservoirs and irrigation, and the agri infrastructure. I'm wondering, Honorable Chair, where is the ICT infrastructure in this infrastructure fund? When we are laying the fiber cable as a country, we are less than 20%. Where is our ICT infrastructure in this fund?
The assumption is that ICT is also infrastructure.
And yes, and also the definition
energy is infrastructure, transmission of power is infrastructure, fiber cables, even the internet connectivity is infrastructure.
Yeah, so it must come out because like these other items defined here, Honorable Chair, including even the national highways, must be defined properly.
Okay, Honorable Chairperson, what do you have to say? And also respond to Honorable Makali.
Honorable Chairperson, first of all, to respond to my good friend Honorable Makali, we, in our amendments in definition of national infrastructure, we have removed the word catalytic. So that national infrastructure means national highways, railway networks, airports, seaports, electricity generation, transmission and distribution infrastructure, water reservoirs and irrigation, and we have also added agribusiness and ICT infrastructure to take care of the concerns of Honorable Kagoebo. And so I'm moving further that we amend the definition to include ICT infrastructure as per the definition of national infrastructure. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
I propose the question that clause 2, be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many be further amended as proposed? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 be further amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose a question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Yes, clause 1, I think there is a proposed amendment.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 1 of the bill be amended by dating the words and shall come into operation on such a day of the, as the Cabinet Secretary may by notice the Gazette appoint. And this Honorable Chairperson is seeking to ensure that we avert undue delay in the operationalization of the fund.
I now propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have come to the end, and now I call upon the mover to reply.
Mike. Sorry. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honorable members. We're back to the House Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, and the approval of the same with amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommit of clauses 22 and 22.1 and clause 23, and also request the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kimani Kuria, to second the motion.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to thank everyone that has contributed this. Honorable Speaker, I beg to thank everyone who has really contributed to this. I am happy that we've already added value to this piece of legislation. We've made a lot of amendments, and so, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Oh. I beg to second, subject to the committee of the two clauses as read by the leader of majority party.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I think I heard the sum of recommittal. So therefore, if there's a recommittal, then we need to do the recommittal first. Honorable members, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Okay, I'll take it again. Freeze, honorable member. I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, subject to committal of clause 22 and clause 23. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a different opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Oh. We, honorable members, we now move to the committee of the whole House.
Honorable members, we shall now recommit clause 22 of the bill, which will be amended, and clause 23. Mover? Let him call it out.
Clause 22.
Clause 22, mover.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 22 be further amended by deleting subclause 1. Honorable Chairperson, subclause 1 was requiring that project preparation for the purpose of this act or this bill be undertaken in accordance with the provisions of sections 31 and 32 of the Public-Private Partnership Act. But, Honorable Chairperson, many of the investments that will come into this fund are direct foreign investments from private entities and therefore may not necessitate us to go to the PPP framework for approval or for to be considered under the PPP Act. Then I'll speak to the 23 when we get to it, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I now propose the question that clause 22 be further amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 22 be further amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 22 as amended be now part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover?
Clause 23.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 23 be further amended by retaining clause 23 as it appears in the bill. Honorable Chairperson, we had deleted clause 23, and for those who have a copy of the bill, clause 23 is on feasibility studies, and the clause 22, as passed, is alluding to a feasibility study, but we had deleted the subsequent clause that provided for that feasibility study. And I beg to move and ask for your support.
Thank you, that was important. I now propose the question that clause 23 be further amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 23 be further amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. That brings us to the end of the recommittal stage of the National Infrastructure Bill.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker,
Very well, honorable members, we may take our places again. And I call upon the chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026 and approved the same with amendments.
Very well, mover. Yes, we have to go through it again. Mover, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request the Honorable Osoro to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question. And now I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a different opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, as I request the Chair of the Finance and National Planning Committee to second this motion for reading of this third reading, allow me to take this opportunity to thank all these members present here today and all those who supported this bill in second reading and appreciate the input of those who opposed this bill. And I have particular mention to the Honorable Undo, the Honorable Makali Mulu, the Honorable Robert Mbui, and the Honorable Tongoyo. Ngogoyo, not Tongoyo. Honorable Tongoyo supported. And I have special mention for these 4 members because they opposed the bill and proposed amendments and have been here to legislate. They were not raising issues they were raising for politics. They were raising issues they raised because they intended to improve the bill, because they know this bill is important for this country. And I want to borrow the words of the Honorable Undo, who said that he is not opposed to the establishment of a national infrastructure fund, but said there were gaps that needed to be filled. And today you have heard he has prayed for us that we may be blessed, because the Committee for Finance and National Planning listened to all those issues, proposed amendments. Honorable Speaker, I'm taking time to say this because I said we have suffered as a House in the past, and especially during the 2024 finance bill, because Kenyans did not understand the process through which legislation goes through before it becomes an act of parliament. And now Kenyans have an opportunity to understand what we do and how we work. That during debate in second reading, even when a bill goes through second reading, that is not the end of everything. It's just debate where we share ideas that improve on the bill or the proposal that is before the House. And I'm thanking these members because also there are members who came here to speak to the gallery, to speak those things that they thought were populist. But you will not see them here today. I don't need to mention anyone by name because they know themselves and they should be ashamed of themselves. Honorable Speaker, this bill, should it pass through this third stage, is the most consequential legislation ever enacted in this House. Not in the 13th Parliament, but the most consequential legislative proposal ever enacted in independent Kenya's National Assembly of Parliament of Kenya. The most consequential. Other than sessional paper number 10 of 1965 proposed by then Minister for Planning, the late Tom Joseph Mboya, this is the next most consequential piece of legislation that will immensely contribute to the transformation of our country. And I must thank each and every one of you. When His Excellency the President during the State of the Nation address told you that your diligence as members of Parliament in the 13th Assembly has secured you a place in the rewritten history of the transformation of our country, this is one such piece of legislation that is redefining your place in the history books of our country. Because generations to come in this country and in the world will look at this law and will thank each and every member who sat in the 13th Parliament of the National Assembly of Kenya for the transformation of Kenya as we move towards a first world country. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, let me say the journey to Singapore has been christened. It is not just real. We can see it. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We can see now how clear the vision is. And we have now put that roadmap towards a first world nation on course. Honorable Speaker, as we go to Singapore through Canaan, Honorable Speaker, these members of the 13th Assembly of this House have their place not only secured in the history books of our Republic, but have a good place in heaven. Because God the Almighty will remember each and every one of you for your contribution in the transformation of this country. And we will be a case study to be studied by other countries in Africa and in the world. May God bless Kenya. May God bless each and every one of you. May God touch the souls of those who have dark hearts and dark souls. May God touch the hearts of those younger ones who may camouflage their dark spirits and souls behind press conferences, behind lectures in lecture halls, behind the rush and the chasing of news bites of how intelligent or unintelligent you are. Today, those of you who have sat through this process of making amendments to this bill to make it better, you are not only the heroes of this country, but you have exhibited that you are indeed great leaders and not just politicians who will speak to the gallery for the sake of speaking to the gallery. Let me finish by saying we have been reminded often that it is not necessarily everything that you hear is popular out there is the right thing. Not everything that is popular is right. And not every right thing is popular. You have done the right thing. I have heard some other group out there purporting to issue a press conference to speak against this bill. How I wish they had taken their time. You know, when we came up with the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, we went throughout the country, we went to 44 out of the 47 counties. And we could have done the 47, is only that we ran out of time. Listening to Kenyans. And I am certain even those who were in Azimio then, and I know members of ODM particularly, went out because the former Prime Minister believed in listening to the people. And he went out and listened to people, and he had an economic council. How I wish those who are in the disunited opposition today, instead of issuing press conferences out there, how I wish you can set up an economic council that can start formulating an agenda for Kenya, an agenda to move Kenya forward. Because it's not enough to just political National Infrastructure Fund. We ask in the National Assembly to reject. The National Assembly today has listened to the cries of millions of Kenyan youth who have no jobs, who know through this National Infrastructure Fund, we will be able to grow our economy and create jobs for those people who have no jobs. These members of Parliament unanimously and working together irrespective of our political affiliation. I may not agree with Honorable Makali or Robert Mbui on everything, politically, Honorable Undo. But when it comes to doing what is right for our country, I thank you, honorable members, for being there and being counted among us the numbers of those who truly love this country. Thank you and God bless you. I beg to move and request now the honorable chairperson of the Finance Committee to second.
Honorable Speaker, when I left my finance career, then at the top of my career, and I can say this because I used to work very closely with the Honorable Chair of Budget, Honorable Atandi, who was my banker then, and joined politics. I was elected at a very young age to lead the people of Molo. The mantra for Molo was you do one term, you go home. But I decided I will do my best and convince them to give me a second term. And 30 years after anyone ever got a second time, was re-elected for a second time. When I joined this house in this 13th Parliament and was privileged to become the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning, I made a commitment with myself and my God that yes, it's going to be difficult, but I will be there to be counted to make responsible decisions for this country. At first, those decisions may not be popular, but I was certain that with time, those decisions will be seen to change the future of this country and the anchor of our finance honorable chairperson. I want it to be known that it's during the time of this parliament that is going to be celebrated not just one road that is referenced called Thika Road, which I agree is a key reform and a key infrastructure project. But honestly, honorable chairperson, honorable speaker, there are going to be highways that are going to be built across this country through this infrastructure fund. That the viability of infrastructure projects does not just mean that they need to be in the city. There can be very key projects in Turkana or in northeastern or in eastern or any part of this country. And the amendment that we made lastly, honorable chairperson, with the advice of the honorable Kogen Bowen here, we now have included in ICT infrastructure as part of infrastructure fund. And therefore we look forward to when our data will be not held in overseas countries, but we are going to have data centers, this country, honorable speaker. We are going to have mega dams. We are going to have all projects that are going to lead to economic development. And most importantly, honorable speaker, that I will not have to spend 6-8 hours to go back to Nakuru or to Molo, because the Ronima Summit Road and other highways will be complete through this National Infrastructure Fund. Thank you, and I beg to second, honorable speaker.
Well, let me just say one from Makali Mulu. He has been very consistent. Order Makali Mulu. Honorable members, I propose the question that the National Infrastructure Fund. Order members. Veteran, take your place. I'll take it again. Honorable members, I propose the question that the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, be now read a third time. Honorable members, it seems to be the mood that I put the question. Is it the mood that I put the question? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, I proceed to put the question. And I now therefore put the question, which is that the National Infrastructure Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 1 of 2026, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you, honorable members.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide the establishment and management of the National Infrastructure Fund and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to move a procedural motion on extension of sitting time, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend the sitting of today, Thursday, 5th March 2026, until the conclusion of the business appearing under Order Number 10, consideration of the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2026-2027, and request the Honorable Osoro to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Yes, what's your point of order? Order. Order, and take your places. Very well. This is a procedural motion. I now propose the question that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend its sitting of today, Thursday, 5th March 2026, until the conclusion of business appearing under Order Number 10, which is consideration of Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2026-2027. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that pursuant provisions of Standing Order 33A, this House resolves to extend its sitting of today, Thursday, 5th March 2026, until the conclusion of business appearing under Order Number 10, which is the consideration of the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2026-2027. Will as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the 2026 budget policy statement.
Chair, budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that this House adopt the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement for the financial year 2026-2027 and a compendium of departmental committee reports on the 2026 BPS laid on the table of the House Wednesday, 4th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 25, subsection 7 of the PFM Act, Cap 412A, and Standing Order 2329 and 10, A, approves the budget policy statement for the financial year 2026-2027. B, makes the following financial resolutions with respect to BPS. 1, that the national government budget ceiling be approved at 2,878,426,500,000, of which 1, the executive, will take 2,797,202,700,000, of which the Office of the Auditor General will take 9,026,300,000. Parliament will take 50,782,000,000. Judiciary will take 30,441,800,000. 2, that the allocation to county government equitable share be approved at 420 billion. 3, that consistent with the latest audited and approved revenues, the allocation to equalization fund be set at 9,602,170,425. 4, that the county government additional allocations be approved at Kenya shilling 75 billion, 692,700,182, as per the first schedule to the report, which shall form the basis for the county government additional allocations bill for the financial year 2026-2027. 5, that the allocation for the public participation initiatives be approved at 4 billion under the vote 1071 National Treasury. C, resolves that 1, consistent with the resolution of the House of 3rd March 2026, on the 2026 medium-term debt strategy, the fiscal deficit be maintained at 5.3% of the gross domestic product, GDP. 2, that the first schedule to the order paper forms the basis for the sellings for the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates. 3, the policy resolutions contained in the schedule 2, in the second schedule to the order paper, that is non-financial recommendations relating to the budget policy statement for the financial 2026-2027, shall form the basis for 2026-2027 budget estimates. And 4, the minimal adjustments in the gross ceilings in the second schedule to the report be accommodated in the revenue yield expected from the ongoing administration reforms and the enhanced funding to KRA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I intended to make a long speech, but I've received wise counsel from the majority leader and the leadership of the House that because the BPS that we are processing today is not the final budget, that the House will have another opportunity to discuss the estimates in a couple of months. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that this BPS, the 4th BPS under the Kenya Kwanza government, is also the 2nd BPS under the broad-based government regime. Honorable Speaker, the majority leader has spoken more about the manifestos of the Kenya Kwanza regime as well as the manifestos of the broad-based government. And we have said in the past, Honorable Speaker, that the manifestos were more or less similar because of the issues that we wanted to pursue as broad-based government, as the Mio government, were almost the same as the issues that were contained in the manifesto for the Kenya Kwanza regime. And I want to agree with him that even when we are joined together as broad-based government, we are actually aligned in our economic thinking. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to say that to thank members of the Budget Committee who worked tirelessly with me to process this BPS. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that BPS is processed under very, very tight timelines. And together and coupled with that, there's a requirement in Article 201 that maximum public participation must be conducted before the document is presented here. So I want to thank the committee, the various committees led by their chairs, who took time to work with us and to be able to come up with this report. Honorable Speaker, in processing this report, we also engaged with various stakeholders, and we were able to speak to the Office of the Auditor General. We also met the Commission for Revenue Allocation, and we also met other stakeholders that also spoke to us about other very important segments of the BPS, which include the shareable allocation to counties. Honorable Speaker, we spoke to the Council of Governors, and they gave us their views about the contents of the BPS. Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that, our economy has been growing steadily, and that in this current financial year, we had projected that the economy would grow by about 5%. But looking at the growth in the first 3 quarters has been very, very promising. In the first quarter, Honorable Speaker, our GDP grew by about 4.9%. In the second quarter, it grew by about 5%. And in the third quarter, it has grown by about 4.9%. So, Honorable Speaker, if you look at those growth percentages, you will see that our projections in the current budget we are actually achieving them. Honorable Speaker, this BPS is equally promising to grow our economy by about 5.3%. And Honorable Speaker, this growth is going to be anchored on a number of factors. The first factor that is going to determine this growth is the agricultural expansion. Honorable Speaker, our economy continues to rely heavily on the performance of agriculture. And agriculture has not let us down, Honorable Speaker. And in this BPS, we have continued to allocate resources that is going to support the projected growth in agriculture, that is going to fuel our growth in GDP. Also, Honorable Speaker, there is the efforts that has been put in place to pay pending bills. Honorable Speaker, pending bills in the road sector has been paid substantially. And because of this, Honorable Speaker, most contractors of stalled projects that had stalled have resumed construction. Mr. Speaker, this is going to have a very big impact in the performance of our economy. Because one, we are going to see, first of all, the performance of the financial sector. Banks are going to begin to release funds to the private sector. And this is going also to help us in growing the economy. Honorable Speaker, you know that under the program of securitization of fuel levy, which was really most opposed by a few of our members here, this is now the outcome of that process, that program. And Honorable Speaker, if you walk across this country, you see that most of those roads that were stalled are now working. Now, that is going to give us an impact on the economy. Honorable Speaker, we are also focusing on the MSME sector. And Honorable Speaker, you know that the program called Nyota, which is being spearheaded by the President, is not just a program. We are focusing that this program is going to give us a rebound in the economic performance. And it is something that I want to tell the House that even in this budget, we are in this BPS, we have some money that we have put to enhance that program. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I would like to talk about is housing. Honorable Speaker, the housing program, the affordable housing program, is a very, very important flagship project for this economy. I want to report, Honorable Speaker, as the Chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, that the industry sector, which is supported by housing, is rebounding and it is growing steadily, and it is one of the factors that we are going to use to germinate our economy. Honorable Speaker, the biggest problem we have had in the past is revenue, our revenue targets. Honorable Speaker, over the past few years, the revenue projection that we bring to the floor of the House is never realized. And there have been many attempts to be able to, correct this. In the past, Honorable Speaker, there were attempts to increase headcount at KRA, and we were thinking that because KRA needed more staff, that if KRA was resourced to hire more staff, then we would be able to collect more revenues. We realized that this did not give us proper results. So, Honorable Speaker, in this BPS, we have made a deliberate attempt to reorganize KRA, to make KRA, digitize KRA, to make KRA, capable of be able to work and raise for us more revenues. Honorable Speaker, we are doing this because if you look at the percentage of revenues we raise as a percentage of GDP, we are doing about 16%. The total revenue we collect is about 16% to GDP. Honorable Speaker, if you make comparisons to the regional economies, the ones that we compete with, like South Africa, they are doing 25% to GDP. That means, Honorable Speaker, that the structure of our economy is capable of raising more revenues. Honorable Speaker, I'm putting more emphasis on this, on the revenue aspect of my presentation, because this is where our problem has been. And Honorable Speaker, the BPS has proposed to allocate 20 billion shillings to KRA for the sake of conducting these reforms. We want KRA to be fully digitalized. We want KRA to be fully automated. We are trying to remove human interface in the process of collecting revenues. We want KRA to be more efficient, and we want KRA to use those resources to expand the tax base. Honorable Speaker, it is true that only a few Kenyans are paying their taxes, that there are so many Kenyans out there, even businesses, that are not paying their taxes. So we want to find a formula that we can use to ensure that we bring more people, we broaden the tax base. Honorable Speaker, if we do this, then we are very certain that for the first time, the revenue projection which we have put at about 2.9 trillion ordinary revenue is something that we can easily realize. Honorable Speaker, in this current financial year, our revenue projection was 2.7 trillion. But to date, we are running at a shortfall of about 100 billion. We are sure that if we improve these systems going forward, then achieving up 20-25% of our GDP as total revenue is something that is possible. Honorable Speaker, I also want to speak about the overall expenditure. The BPS has proposed an overall expenditure of 4.75 trillion. And as I've already read here, Honorable Speaker, this is an improvement of about 300 billion, because in this budget, our total expenditure was 4.3 trillion. Honorable Speaker, the national government will continue to take the largest chunk of our revenue, of our budget. And in this BPS, we are proposing a selling of 2.86 trillion for national government. That is an increase of about 317 billion from the approved estimates for this financial year. Honorable Speaker, Parliament, as you have seen, will take about 50 billion. Judicial. So there are overall increases in all these institutions. But Honorable Speaker, you have seen that the transfers to counties will be about 420 billion only. That is an improvement of about 5 billion from this year's estimates. Honorable Speaker, most people that we spoke to have challenged this allocation. They are saying that we need to increase it to about 450 billion. That is a recommendation of CRA, that's a recommendation of the Council of Governors. But Honorable Speaker, we still insist that this is modest and this is achievable. You realize, Honorable Speaker, that when in case of revenue shortages, it is the national government that normally bear that shortage. The amount of resources allocated to counties is never affected. So, Honorable, we have to be very careful also on that so that we do not push more resources to counties. And with the challenges that members of this House are aware of, it is something that we feel is accommodative. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity now to take you through the budget ceilings for the various sectors, for members to take note. And Honorable Speaker, I just take the members through the ceilings for the various sectors. And the sectors are as follows. The first sector that I want to speak about, Honorable Speaker, is one, the agriculture, rural and urban development sector. Honorable Speaker, the selling for this sector has been increased by about 17.7%. Honorable Speaker, I spoke about this sector. And I said that we are putting a lot of effort in the agriculture sector because agriculture sector, even from the records that we have, has been performing very, very well. And we have been lucky to get the support of favorable weather. We are hopeful that even in the coming financial year, we are still going to enjoy favorable weather to allow us to enjoy the fruits of the investments we are putting in the agriculture sector. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, the agriculture sector selling is 97 billion and 7. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak about the energy, infrastructure, and ICT sector. Honorable Speaker, this sector has also proposed an increase of about 11.2%, and the proposed BPS allocation to energy, infrastructure, and ICT sector is 597 billion. Honorable Speaker, let me move to the general economic and commercial affairs sector. This sector has seen an increase of about 6.9%, and the total allocation in the ceiling is 62 billion, 192 million. Honorable Speaker, the other sector is health. Honorable Speaker, this is also one of the sectors that is going to be very instrumental in this BPS. As you are aware, the primary health in the Universal Health Program is intended to address comprehensive health care for all Kenyans, including those who are not able to earn, the poor and the rest. Even though the funding required for universal health care, primary health care, is about 38 billion. In this BPS, we are proposed to allocate about 13 billion. We hope that in the course of the year, we should be able to raise more resources to support primary health care. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, the allocation for health program is 167 billion, 407 million, an increase of 21% from this year's estimates. Honorable Speaker, I want to move to the education sector. The education sector, Honorable Speaker, takes the largest chunk of our budget, always. And even in this BPS, we are proposed to allocate even more. And the education budget is growing by about 9%. From 703 billion in this year's budget to 767 billion in the BPS that we are processing. Honorable Speaker, the next sector is governance, justice, law and order, where we propose to increase their budget by 16.6% from an allocation of 283 billion to 329,989 billion in the present BPS. Honorable Speaker, the other sector is public administration and international relations. This is where we have the public service, we have the foreign affairs and etc. In this sector, we are proposing an increase of 10%, 10.4% from an allocation of 321 billion, 503 million to 354 billion, 999 million. Honorable Speaker, the next sector is national security. National security is very, very important, Honorable Speaker. And just for members to know that we have really never funded national security satisfactorily. But we have an increase of 18.2% in this BPS. We are moving there, selling from 253,770 billion to 299,963. That's an increase of 18.2%. Honorable Speaker, the other one is social protection, culture, and recreation, where we are growing their selling by 18.2% from 78 billion 994 to 87.225 to 87 billion 225 million. Honorable Speaker, the last sector that I want to talk about is environment protection, water, and natural resources, where their budget is growing by 11.3% from an allocation of 95 billion in the current estimates to 106 billion 706 million. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned earlier when I began, that the BPS is just prepares us to process the real estimates, which is going to happen in the next few months. So I know members are going to have a very big opportunity to discuss the estimates, and we'll have more opportunity as a House to interrogate the estimates. I would like to ask members to support the BPS 2026.
Give him the mic so that he may. You have the mic.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to urge members to support the BPS. We have made a few changes in the parliamentary service vote, in the security vote, and also in the Auditor General vote, and also as well as judiciary. Remember, the report is here, and every member, I think, has the report. So I would like to urge you members to support this BPS so that we can be able to proceed to the estimates. Therefore, I would like to ask the Vice Chairman of the Budget Appropriations Committee, my brother, Dr. Pukose, to
pronounce yourself on moving.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I therefore move and ask the Vice Chairman to second. I beg to move and ask the Vice Chairman to second.
Bokose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I second the 2026 budget policy statement that was tabled in this House, and it went through the various committees. And Honorable Speaker, this budget statement sets the ceilings for the various ministries, and it also sets the ceiling for Parliament, the judiciary, the executive, and also allocates money to the counties, which we've allocated 420 billion, Honorable Speaker, compared with the last financial year where we allocated 415. So it's an improvement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are hoping that when the estimates will be tabled, then that is where members can be able now to look at what has been allocated per line item. And we are hoping that in this case, ministries and even the counties will prioritize pending bills as the first charge. Because, Honorable Speaker, In this, we have pending bills that have stayed for quite a long time without being paid. And this limits money circulation, because wherever people talk about that the economy is growing, but we are not feeling the money in their pockets, because some of those pending bills are actually not being honored, and people go into new projects while neglecting the old projects. So we are hoping that in the budget estimates, all stalled projects must be prioritized. All pending bills must be first on the charge. And Honorable Speaker, you know, when the CS Treasury appeared before our committee, the only thing he can do is for the accounting officers to be, it can take away their signatures as accounting officers. That's the only power he has. But this House has more power, because when accounting officers cherry pick what pending bills to pay and what not to pay, then it hurts the economy. It hurts Kenyans who have invested and done works within either the county government or the national government. Honorable Speaker, in this budget policy statement, we've also given KRA about 20 billion. We are hoping that KRA will use this 20 billion to make sure that they generate more, because out of this, you find that 5 billion will go into their medical scheme, because KRA, when an officer has a child who is sick, that officer and is also looking for money to pay for the medical bills, it becomes a challenge. So we've taken care of our KRA staff so that they have a medical scheme that is working, and the other money they can utilize it to make sure that they are able to collect more, especially widen their collection base, so that we can be able to get more money. Honorable Speaker, in this bill also, in this estimate also, we've given the universal health care workers who have been agitating for permanent and pensionable. And this will now be taken to the counties where they are working, and they'll be able to be now employed as permanent and pensionable, because under this we've provided about 7.9 billion, so that that can go into absorption of all the UHC workers who are working within the counties, so that, and the payroll will be transferred to the counties beginning 1st July. Honorable Speaker, we are also moving into an election year. And as my chair puts it, the committee has at least looked into that we are moving into an election year, and our national security officers needs to be at least well taken care of to ensure that we are able to secure both our borders and also make sure that we maintain law and order. And in that case, the committee has raised the ceiling by about 3 billion to the national security agencies, so that they are able to make sure that they are well catered for in terms of making sure that they are able to secure both internal and external. Honorable Speaker, this budget of 4.7 trillion, 4.75 trillion, we are hoping that we are able to meet our targets. But should we not meet the target in terms of collection, then it is normally the national government, where the ceiling is about 2.8, that will meet the supplementary. And that informs the decision to give the counties the 420, because whatever goes to the counties is normally a figure that cannot be returned back for supplementary. And therefore, I think it's important that our colleagues within the Senate, the governors use these resources to make sure that devolution works in their various counties. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I second.
Very well, honorable members. I now propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Budget Policy Statement BPS for the financial year 2026-2027, and a compendium of departmental committee reports on the 2026 BPS laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th March 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act 412A and Standing Order 23 in brackets 9 and 10, approves the budget policy statement, BPS, for the financial year 2026-2027. B, make the following financial resolutions with respect to BPS. That one, that the national government budget ceiling be approved at Kenya shillings 2,878,426,500,000, of which executive is appropriated 2,797,202,700,000. Two, Parliament, of which, I'll take that again, of which executive takes 2,797,202,700,000, of which Office of the Auditor General has 9,026,300,000. Parliament has 50,782,000,000. Judiciary has 30,441,800,000. Two, that the allocation to county government equitable share be approved at 420 billion Kenya shillings. Three, that consistent with the latest audited and approved revenue, the allocation to the equalization fund be set at 9,602,170,425. Four, that the county government additional allocation be approved at Kenya shillings 75,692,700,182 as per the fourth schedule to the report, which form the basis for the county government additional allocation bill for the financial year 2026-2027. Five, that the allocation for the public participation initiatives be approved at Kenya shillings 4 billion under vote 1071 National Treasury. C, that one, consistent with the resolution of the House of 3rd March 2026 on the 2026 medium-term debt strategy and fiscal deficit be maintained at 5.3% of the gross domestic product, GDP. Two, the first schedule to the order paper form the basis for the ceilings for the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimates. And three, that policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper, non-financial recommendations relating to the budget policy statement for the financial year 2026-2027 shall form the basis for the financial year 2026-2027 budget estimate. And finally, that the minimal adjustments in the gross ceilings in the second schedule to the report be accommodated in the revenue yields expected from the ongoing tax administration reforms and enhanced findings to KRA. I will give the first chance to the chair, Trade, who has an amendment to this motion. Do we have the chair, Trade, in the House? Very well, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I give notice to the... Sorry? Honorable Speaker, I wish to move an amendment on... Sorry? Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that... sorry? Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the first schedule to the order paper be amended under vote D1175, State Department for Industry, as follows. A, under program 0320000 Industrial Promotion and Development, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 4,227,600,000 and substituting thereof the expression Kenya shillings 1,444,600,000. B, under program 0321000 Standards Quality Infrastructure and Research, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 650,000 and substituting thereof the expression Kenya shillings 3,430,000.
You beg to move, and who's your seconder? Order, members. The chair is still on the floor. He will explain. Proceed and explain your amendment.
Honorable Speaker, the implementation of
Order,
the county
Chair.
application...
Let me hear the point of order from the budget chair, because I'm sure you are working together. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order 114 to say that the Budget Committee is unfamiliar with this amendment. We are not aware of this amendment because it has not been brought to our attention.
Let me allow the chair to continue
Speaker.
And move the motion.
Honorable
and
Speaker.
Also ask the deputy leader of the House and the chair budget to approach the speaker's table. Proceed, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, I launched the necessary amendments, Honorable Speaker, and it was approved. That is why it's on the order paper. Honorable Speaker, after meeting the relevant industry, Honorable Speaker, the committee in its engagement realized the following. The implementation of the county aggregation and industrial parks, which commenced in July 2023, is based on a co-financing arrangement requiring both the national government and the respective county governments to each contribute 250 million. However, the current implementation status indicates that several county governments have not adequately prioritized this budgetary allocation, posing a significant risk of project delays or stalling due to insufficient counterpart funding. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, furthermore, the recent engagement with the Cabinet Secretary for Trade, Industry, and Infrastructure Promotion, it was not acknowledged that the current implementation model of the county aggregation and industrial parks requires restructuring as the initial framework adopted as uniform approach across the counties, which inadequately accounting for the diverse economic activities and comparative advantages of each region. In the light of the existing funding caps, consistent county commitment to co-financing obligations, the need to redesign the framework to ensure counter-specific implementation, it is not prudent to allocate additional funds to CAIPS in financial 2026-27 until model is reviewed and counties show commitment to funding their shares. Honorable Speaker, the 13 CAIPS with the nil allocation under the national government had 0 to 5% implementation as per the report submitted to the committee. During the estimates considering financial year 2024-26, some facing challenges even with land issues like Elgeyo Marakwet and Nairobi. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, even after funding counties like Vihiga, full amount, it is only at 17%. Funding a county like Siaya is only at 23%, and we have funded full 250 from the national government. Honorable Speaker, there is no way we can oversight this money. One, it goes to the county. There is no framework to oversight the money. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the agreement that existed before was only for 18 counties. The other counties have no framework of receiving the money and even, Honorable Speaker, of showing how they have contributed to the fund. Honorable Speaker, as we stand, we have financed fully 8.5 billion to 34 CAIPs up to now. We ask this House to resolve, Honorable Speaker, that the funding stops until it is redesigned, restructured, so that the taxpayers' money, it is not lost in this manner, Honorable Speaker.
Who's your seconder?
Thank you.
Who's your seconder? Who is your seconder? Give him the mic. Give him the mic. Who is your seconder? Yes. Relax, I'll give you a chance.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Makali, I'm coming to you.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask Honorable Marianne Kaitani, the Vice Chair of Trade Committee, to second.
Honorable members, I know you have several things to speak of on this, but allow Honorable to second, and then I'll allow you to proceed. Proceed, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second this amendment that has been passed, where the ceiling, the lines, that is the industrial promotion development line item of 4.2 billion is being reduced to 1.447. And the next line, that is the standards and quality infrastructure and research amount, is increasing from 650 to 3.430 billion. And that, in effect, does not affect the ceiling for that particular vote head, that is D1175. The vote head remains as 9,191,600 as per the budget policy statement. As I second, Honorable Speaker, I wish to raise that, I wish to state that this particular item came before the departmental committee, and we really looked at the issues that came before the committee in terms of how these CAIPs or county aggregation industrial parks are being implemented. One is the State Department itself told us that they are unable to oversight this particular fund, and the reasons they are not able to oversight is because of the way the structure of the funding has been put. Initially, the counties are supposed to give an equivalent amount as the national government. So if the national government gives 250 million, they are also supposed to put in 250 million. So far, we've done 34 counties which have already received the full allocation at national government level. And we only have 8 counties that have been able to implement their county aggregation industrial parks. Oversight of this funding has become a challenge, even for as Parliament, to be able to oversight these funds, because the funds go to the consolidated fund, and then after that supposed to go to a ring-fenced account. But what counties don't do is they do not take the monies to those county accounts, and when they are asked to account for it, they are unable to give reports to the departmental committee. Hence the reason then we said that until we have a proper mechanism that we can be able to account for these funds, let us move the funds to the other budget line, which is the standards, quality, infrastructure, and research, and then as we put the infrastructures in place. And secondly, as I conclude, is that there needs to be a policy set where we say that we do a matching fund. For every shilling that the national government gives, the county also gives an equivalent, so that these county aggregation packs can actually be done and implemented as it was designed from the beginning. I second. Thank you.
Order, members. The Speaker of the National Assembly is a very seasoned person, and when you see this on the order paper, allow it to go, and then we shall give you a chance to speak on this. Honorable members, I therefore proceed to propose the question that the first schedule to the order paper be amended under vote D1175, State Department for Industry as follows. A, under program 032000, Industrial Promotion and Development, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 4,227,600,000 and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 1,447,600,000. B, under program 032100, Standards, Quality, Infrastructure and Research, by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 650,000 and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 3,430,000. No, this one we must hear from members. The reaction was quite loud, and now the leader takes precedence.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, I rise to oppose this amendment. Because, Honorable Speaker, KIPES are an integral part of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, because you cannot transform a country from one corner or from the center. And KIPES became that model where you were trying to aggregate, that's why they were called at the county level, aggregation centers, to aggregate produce in a certain locality so that they can value add at that particular point and help grow the economy of those particular counties across the country. And I hear the sentiments by the chair and the vice chair of the trade committee, but I think it is the trade committee that is failing this house. Because the issues you are speaking to, what I've heard the vice chair say, are issues that can be addressed within the trade committee in terms of implementation and proper oversight of those projects, how they are being rolled out. Therefore, you cannot now use the house, because now you're asking the house to agree with you that you punish people by removing money. You will not be punishing those that you are targeting. You'll be punishing the constituents of those particular counties, because you are not even telling us which particular KIPE are you taking money from. For instance, if you take Kirinyaga County is almost at 90 or 95% completion. What if the money you are taking away from them is from Kirinyaga or Busia? Because Busia also is doing very well. I think even the county of Kitui, where Honorable Makali Mulu comes from, is doing well. My county, Kiambu, we have problems, but the problem is governance at the local level. We should be able to sort the governance problems at the county level, press our governor to push forward the KIPES, but we should not use this house to deny a government program the resources required to move it forward. I wish what the Trade Committee had done were policy recommendations, or even brought amendments to add to the policy recommendations on how you ensure there is proper governance within the implementation program of these KIPES. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the House, we oppose this particular amendment, because it also set a very bad precedence if we allowed the Budget and Appropriations Committee to input all the work that they input, because the committee had the opportunity also to convince the Budget Committee. If you did not convince the members, your colleagues in the Budget Committee, 17 of them, 27 of them, why do you want to convince 349 members? If you cannot convince 27, you cannot convince the 300 of us. I oppose.
Makali Mulu, you really had a great interest in this. I see all of you. Please give Makali Mulu the mic. You have it now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, the issue I wanted to raise is a constitutional issue. And I think our standing orders allow us to interrupt the debate at any point so long as you are raising constitutional issue. Honorable Speaker, what I really appreciate the explanation by the chairman of the Trade Committee and the Vice, and where there could also be a very good justification as to why they are reducing the money. I think the fact that the chair budget committee said he is not aware takes us back to Article 114 of the Constitution. And on the basis of that article, Honorable Speaker, because this is a money bill, it falls in the class of money bill. By the fact that the chair of the budget committee says he's not aware, Honorable Speaker, automatically, irrespective of how good the justification is, it falls. That should be the case. So, it is their work, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that next time they convince the committee before they even come to the House. In that case, procedurally, this amendment is not in the House in the correct manner. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Finance Committee.
So, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Makali Mulu has spoken my mind. Because when I saw this amendment at the floor of the House, without going to the merits and demerits of the amendment, it says that the Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendations of the relevant committee of the Assembly after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. So I do not want to dwell into the merits, but Article 114 of the Constitution is very clear. Because at the end of the day, this particular amendment will change the numbers. And I know this because heading a committee, sometimes I see amendments and you know the repercussions of now going through those committees. So I think it's only fair as a House, before we bring our amendments to the floor of the House, we consult the respective committees. So when I saw the Honorable Attorney, the Chair of Budget, agitated by this comment, I asked him, are you aware? And then by the virtue that the committee responsible is not aware, and therefore the Cabinet Secretary is not aware of this amendment, then I will say, and the good thing, Honorable Chair and Vice Chair, this is a policy recommendation. We'll have a chance to do that during the estimates. So instead of making this House for the first time to be voting against the Budget Committee and a departmental committee, my advice would be for you to withdraw these particular amendments, rethink how to approach the challenges you are going through in that particular agencies, and now we will support you and the Budget Committee when you bring these amendments, when you bring the estimates. I beg to yield, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please. You had also shown interest. Maybe that's our last speaker.
Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the good presentations coming on the floor from my seniors, it is also good, regardless of how Honorable Shinali has arrived where we are today. I know it's a procedural issue that it may not be correct, but it's not bad to take stock, to do some stock taking of what is happening in these counties. I think it is important, Honorable Speaker, to note that the chairman of trade has a point, regardless of whether he has followed the procedure or not, that these aggregation centers are not working. That the county governments have given the national government a raw deal, and it should concern the national government. That because this one is one of the flagships of this administration, that hardly 20% of these counties have done what is supposed to be done, Honorable Speaker, is worrying. So yes, as we may be guided on matters of procedure, but I think the Trade Committee needs to find a better avenue to introspect this particular issue, and because we must call out the county governments, Honorable Speaker. So yes, I agree with Honorable Atandi, I agree with Honorable Mulu and Majority Leader on matters of procedure, but the county governments must not escape scrutiny of this important function. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I've heard from the two sides, and I think this was a subsidiary amendment, and therefore we don't need to proceed further than that. And therefore I'll proceed to put the question. I'll just advise that in future, lots of consultations are important before such a matter is here. But order. The Speaker is on the floor. And given that the Speaker of the National Assembly had gone through this and put this on the order paper, I advise that I proceed and put this question and you make a determination. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that the first schedule to the order paper be amended under vote D1175, State Department for Industry as follows. A, under program 032000 Industrial Promotion and Development by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 4,222,600,000 and substituting therefore the expression Kenya shillings 1,447,600,000. And B, under program 032100 Standards, Quality, Infrastructure and Research by deleting the expression Kenya shillings 650,000, that is 650,000, and substituting therefore the expression 3,430,000,000. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a different opinion say nay? The nays have it. And therefore, we go back to the original motion as moved by Honorable Atandi. And now I can give the first chance to the Honorable Ridikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The budget policy statement, which we normally do every year, gives direction on what we need to do as a country. Mr. Speaker, it gives us the opportunity to engage the members of the public and to align the resources that we have with the government development agendas. Mr. Speaker, I stand on behalf of the Committee of Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works, which is in charge of the transformation agenda on the housing sector. This budget policy statement has clearly given a lot of consideration on the intentions of the sector to grow. We therefore support that initiative and say that we are satisfied with the ceiling that was given. Similarly, because we have looked at the requirement on the public works, which also falls under the purview of our committee. Mr. Speaker, it is very important to note that the sector of housing is part of the government better agenda. And therefore, when resources are allocated adequately, it is upon now the implementing agencies to put it into operationalization. Mr. Speaker, we need a lot of money channeled towards satisfying the requirement of housing in this nation. Mr. Speaker, we are short of about 1 million units of houses, and therefore we are looking upon this budget statement to speak to the requirement of our departments. Mr. Speaker, we have issues as far as I want to engage the Speaker. I'm engaging the Speaker, I'm not engaging the chairman of PIC. Please, I want the Speaker to hear what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Ridikiri.
Mr. Speaker, it is very important at this juncture that each particular as departmental committees were, because that's where the bulk of the money is being spent, that we are satisfied that the amount that has been set is sufficient enough to implement the government agenda. And I've just spoken about the housing. Mr. Speaker, we have issues with the public works as part of the implementing agencies. We have issues with NCA, which is part of the implementing agency on the housing sector. We believe that when it comes to the estimate, budget estimates, in May, we should be able to address those shortfalls. And that's why I agree with your decision that we cannot engage with amending the budget policy statement at this point, because we'll have another opportunity to do so in May when we start now discussing the actual budget. But all in all, this is a statement that has gone through a lot of public participation. We have engaged some of the stakeholders. We have engaged the people who are going to implement some of these government projects. And we are satisfied that if we follow the standards that have been set, then we should be able to be speaking with what the government is doing. I want to reiterate this, that the government is committed to providing adequate housing. We are committed to providing a lot of supporting systems and subsidiary requirements that go to enhance the housing sector. So this budget policy statement has given us the opportunity to address the policy matters. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support that we approve this BPS statement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, I want to start by appreciating the departmental committees and the budget committee where I sit for looking at this important policy document. Honorable Speaker, this being a policy document, it focuses more on policy direction and strategic thinking of the executive as at now. And in terms of how they want to push the resources, which will be collected through taxation and all other means, Honorable Speaker. That being the case, Honorable Speaker, I would want to highlight some of the areas I think, as we move to the future, we could improve for purposes of getting it right at the policy statement, Honorable Speaker. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of revenues. When we look at this document, Honorable Speaker, over time, the government has been projecting revenue. And if you do an analysis of the years in the past, you realize that, Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, we have been over-projecting our revenue. And as a result of over-projecting our revenue, Honorable Speaker, then we don't get it right in terms of projecting our budget deficit. And it's on the basis of that, Honorable Speaker, that we need to get it right in terms of revenue projections. And that's why it's important when they say they are going to give KRI more money so that we improve on tax administration, Honorable Speaker, because there are cases where, Honorable Speaker, it has to be reported that there are cases where even some of the companies are being issued with the tax compliance when they're actually not compliant, Honorable Speaker. And these are some of the areas where these gaps must be addressed if you have to get it right, Honorable Speaker. The second important issue, which is a policy issue, Honorable Speaker, is the public debt, and more so the public debt pressure, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, over time, if you look at the figures given there, Honorable Speaker, you realize now we are at a level where our debt GDP ratio is at 65.6%, and our revenue debt ratio, Honorable Speaker, it has 68, meaning for every 100 shillings we collect, Honorable Speaker, 68 shillings goes to the payment of the bill. And what that does, Honorable Speaker, it reduces our fiscal space so that we cannot really implement the other activities. So, Honorable Speaker, as a policy matter, what has happened is, Honorable Speaker, that over time, when you look at the years, Honorable Speaker, year in, year out, we have been revising our revenue downwards through supplementary budgets, and we have been revising our expenditure upwards. So what that does, Honorable Speaker, it leads to what we call a moving budget deficit. So despite our 3-year annual budgeting program, Honorable Speaker, you find it like anytime we say this is a deficit, like now, this House has fixed the deficit, budget deficit, at 5.3, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you'll be surprised that by the time we get to the end of the financial year, we might even be as high as 6%. So, Honorable Speaker, matters public debt is another area where issues of policy, we must get them right if we are to get it right in terms of budgeting, Honorable Speaker. The other issue which we picked from the document, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of accounting for contingency liabilities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are pending bills and we have other contingency liabilities. So it is important that in our accounting documents, Honorable Speaker, and the way we capture them in our books, we get it right. Otherwise, if you don't get it right, Honorable Speaker, then you end up under budgeting. And as a result of that, Honorable Speaker, then you have a challenge. The other matter, which is a policy issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of the law development budget absorption. So, Honorable Speaker, you realize over time, we do, when we are budgeting, we do 30%, 70%. 30% development, 70% recurrent. But if you analyze the figures over the years, Honorable Speaker, you realize we hardly eat the 30% for development. And if we really want to grow this economy, Honorable Speaker, we must make a very deliberate move as a country that we achieve the lowest amount of at least 30% development. In that case, then we'll be living as per the spirit of the document. But over time, we leave the spirit, implementation, we don't leave it, Honorable Speaker. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, there are very good expenditure reforms proposed. The reforms are based on zero-based budgeting, Honorable Speaker, and single treasury account. Honorable Speaker, these are very critical reforms, matters expenditure. How I wish we could implement them and fast-track them so that we get the rate right, Honorable Speaker, matters policy. Because if we don't get it right at the policy level, Honorable Speaker, even at the implementation level, we never get it right. So these are some of the things I picked. I wish I had more time, but I think if we go this direction, Honorable Speaker, then the budget policy statement will start making sense.
Very well. The list is quite clear here. Honorable Gitonga Murungaru.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support this motion that we actually adopt the budget policy statement for the coming financial year. This is a constitutional requirement, really. It's purely for the Treasury to prepare this statement, bring it to the House. The House would consider through the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and it will make a decision. And I'm grateful to Honorable Atande and his committee because they listened to us, they took our views, and they have made the necessary adjustments if that was possible. I must commend that we have seen substantial increments, and when he read to us his notes, or when he took us through his notes, we were able to see there are substantial increments, which means we are possibly collecting more revenue, and more revenue is going to be available both for recurrent and development expenses. For my department, I allowed the increment for the judiciary because for the first time in years, it has actually attained the 30 billion mark. And that was their hue and cry, that they needed to be funded well so that they can dispense justice in this country, because they are not a production unit. Per se, they do not generate much of income apart from the usual fines and deposits that are held by the judiciary. But they do a very important task in the country to deliver justice to the people. Therefore, this is commendable that they have an additional slightly more than 2 billion into their account. And mine would be to implore upon them when they appear before us during the estimates to exactly ensure that this money is properly used. Where it is set aside for development, it goes into developing the judiciary and especially courts, because it's a desire of these members of parliament that every sub-county should now have a law court, so that people do not have to travel long distances to actually buy justice in courts to get justice. They should actually be able to move to the next court, just like the way they move to a kiosk to get their sugar, their salt, and everything. The same should apply to justice. We have also had increments for IBC because we are moving to an election year next year, and that increment of up to 41 billion is actually justifiable and justiciable, but we will also be calling upon them to work on it slightly in a better way so that the essential elements of an election are catered for first. That is why we were raising an issue as to why printing of ballots had not been provided for when other lesser necessities had actually been provided for. The same applies to ESCC, the same applies to ODPP and the State Law Office. All these have received increments, and this is commendable. So from here, we move to the estimates themselves, where we listen again to the agencies. And here also, we do public participation. This is where we'll be going to Honorable Atandi. For the 4 billion that he has set aside, he's able to allocate slightly more of development projects to us when we do public participation. Those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you very much.
Very well, Chair, but in my own sub-county, we have built courts which your department has not adopted, and they are getting destroyed. But anyway, that's a case for another day. Let's have the Honorable Elachi. Honorable members, all of you will speak to this.
Thank you,
we are
Mr.
following the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the report on the budget policy statement of year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief on this. One of the things that I want to appreciate in Atandi's committee is the matter of Kenya Revenue Authority. That indeed in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, we were to have a very good system, but it has been always a challenge of Kenya Revenue to finalize and use a digital system that will strengthen and ensure we have modern systems that are able to collect revenue so that we are able also to look at our projection and understand where the country is going. Mr. Speaker, if you want to have a very good economy, even as we look at the policy statement, let us remember to adjust the focus based on economic conditions that we have. And to have good projections, Mr. Speaker, it should be based on actual past performance. And I think that is one thing also you find for many years we've been crying, even for Treasury. For us to help this House, it is important for us to be moving now in itemizing our budgets. Remember, Mr. Speaker, we've allowed ourselves to now go onto a payment system, a digital payment system. And I thought within that system it would have been very easy for our country to understand how to expand their revenue base. And so even as I look at the report, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I know many of the people will be looking at education. And I see in education, we've put in, yes, the budgets. We've also put in budgets for the JSS teachers. As much as I know, they are really crying to ensure all of them are taken into permanent and pensionable, but we need to have a discussion with them as we move slowly by slowly to ensure this House gives the promise that they give. Mr. Speaker, the one thing I would want to, as I finalize, is in the health docket. Now I want to plead with the health docket. When I look at SHA, which is very critical and important to us, but there are some areas, Mr. Speaker, if they do not reorganize, for example, children who have autism, to just have their therapies. And now it is important for us to also be frank to Kenyans, that sometimes you find you have a challenge of a patient who has really serious chronic disease. Let us start engaging Kenyans and tell them there is a level where you can pay your share and the rest will be supported, Mr. Speaker. And let us not fear. And I want the SHA people not to fear. It is important to create their awareness because they know very well, if there was no SHA, then it will be even worse. But if you come and tell a family, look, this disease will accumulate 1, 2, 3 million. Just do yourself justice and pay something small on top of what you normally pay, and the rest will be handled by SHA. Why am I saying this, Mr. Speaker? It's because quietly, when they realize they go to hospital and the bill is very high, you find now the patient is being taken in so many circles, but you find the biggest challenge is just a challenge of explaining to the family, and the families will agree. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Archie, when you speak about JSS, 44,000 of them, just be strong. I saw you lower your voice. They need to be budgeted for and ask the House to do so.
Yes.
To PNP. Let's hear from, Githinji is not there, so we must now listen to Githinji. No, you are coming, so we hear Ecomas, because he's the one who is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this year's budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, I also sit in the Budget and Appropriations Committee that is ably chaired by the Honorable Atandi. I want from the onset to laud chairpersons of departmental committees who appeared before us, as well as other stakeholders, the National Treasury, the Office of the Auditor General, and others who appeared before us for the presentations that they made in regard to the budget policy statement. As you know, Mr. Speaker, besides setting out the government's strategic priorities, the budget policy statements also sets out measures for revenue mobilization. This year, we are talking about a total budget projection of about 4.7 trillion Kenya shillings. Ordinary revenue is projected at about 3.6 billion. This is the money that is going to be raised locally from Kenyans. And as has been said before, last year, the revenue projection under ordinary revenue was lower than this figure. The year before, the revenue projection under ordinary revenue was lower than that figure. The year before, the revenue projection was lower than 3.6 billion. And yet, in the 3 years succeeding this one, we were not able to meet our revenue projection that was lower. And the committee was wondering, and we did engage the Treasury on this, what miracle are they going to do this year to achieve ordinary revenue of 3.6 trillion? We are apprehensive that if we continue setting out revenue projections that we are not able to meet, this is a panacea for causing pending bills, because we are going to be spending money that we do not have. Mr. Speaker, number 2, to grow an economy, you also need to have an efficient system of dispute resolution. Our disputes ordinarily are resolved by the judiciary. And you would recall that 3 years ago, the judiciary was receiving about 18 billion shillings. And so we want to laud Parliament, we also want to laud the executive, because for the last 3 years, the judiciary has seen increase in its budget that is accumulating today to about 30 billion. And we want to request the judiciary to play its rightful role in growing this economy, to make sure that especially commercial disputes that come before them are resolved within time, so that we can release that money that is under dispute to the economy, so that the money can circulate and so that investors can have confidence in our economy. Mr. Speaker, as has been mentioned before, and also as the Vice Chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, we are now going to an election year. And we started giving IEBC funding for preparation for the elections the current financial year, and going into the next financial year and the financial year of 27-28, IEBC will also be given money for purposes of the elections. We are a country that is a constitutional democracy. We sit here by virtue of elections that we are presided over by IEBC. Our constitution itself demands that our elections must be free, fair, democratic, and peaceful. We are also a country of great trust deficit. And as a result of having trust deficit, our elections have been very expensive. But that cannot be taken so that we double spend on some of the items. We are, for example, questioning why IEBC wants to buy 41,000 KIMS kits without proper justification as to whether the ones that were purchased in the last elections and the ones that are existing have become obsolete. And we have asked them to give us an expert report to show that the kits that are existing are not able to work, so that we provide the billions that they are asking for buying new KIMS kits. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and urge the House to adopt this year's BPS.
Leader will take precedence, after which Owundo, you are supposed to have been the next, so you'll come after Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion for agreement with the Budget and Appropriations Committee on their consideration of the budget policy statement for the next financial year 26-27. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair of the Budget Committee and all the members of the Budget Committee for their diligence and the amount of work they put together with all our chairs of departmental committees, including those of trade and industry, whose amendment has fallen. But it's only right that we do things in line with our own procedures, because we have accorded each committee time before this report comes here to engage with the Budget and Appropriations Committee, who then also share whatever they engage with the National Treasury, and that's the matter that Honorable Makali was alluding to, that procedurally that amendment should not even have been here. But now that it was, I think the House has made the right decision. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because all our departmental committees have spent a lot of time considering the budget policy statement for this year, and also the division of revenue, which without anticipating debate is bound to come to us from next week. I say this, Honorable Speaker, because this afternoon I had mentioned there are quite a number of chairs who have been missing sittings, and some who have had business before the House. And I remember even this morning I mentioned the chair of the Special Funds Committee, Honorable Fatuma. And you know, Honorable Fatuma is a very diligent chair. She does not chair a departmental committee, but she sits through the House all the way to the end. And I was being informed later by the Deputy Speaker that she had actually excused herself. You know, in the holy month of Ramadan, and being a Muslim lady, she had excused herself to go and break her fast in the evening. That's why she was not in the House. And I think it was only fair to put that record straight. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that because many of our other chairs also in the last week or so have taken a lot of their time together with members of the departmental committee. And I know they have sat through committee sittings even at a time when the House was sitting. And they have come up with very good recommendations, some of which have been adopted by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, I want to note some of the recommendations that have come with this BPS, and one around the state-owned enterprises. Because as I said earlier this afternoon when we were considering the NIF bill, we enacted the government-owned enterprises, or the state-owned enterprises, GOE Act late last year. And that act now is an act of parliament and in place. And we have spoken about reforms in our state-owned enterprises years to no end. But I note that this time the Budget and Appropriations Committee has given a timeline as to when the CS National Treasury must expedite the rationalization, the merger, and dissolution of all non-viable or duplicative state-owned enterprises. And that is in line with the GOE Act that we passed in this House, that if we have state-owned enterprises that are not viable, or some that are duplicative in nature, we merge them and dissolve those that we do not need, so that we are able to save on part of the resources that are being appropriated to these state-owned enterprises. Let me also commend the committee, because if you go through the schedules, you see the amount of money that would have gone to many of those state-owned enterprises. They have taken away that money and not appropriated, or rather planned for the appropriation of that money when we come to the estimates and appropriation bill later this year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying that because if we continue financing those non-viable SOEs, then we continue expanding and growing our fiscal deficit. And that's why I'm saying the Budget Committee has done well, that they are trying now to bridge the gap of our fiscal deficit. But also we must ensure that the expenditure rationalization that we are speaking to here is actualized when the estimates come in. And I want to challenge the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to make sure that when we come to estimates, we maintain the fiscal deficit at the level that we
Very well, and you okay? 1 minute, leader.
I was saying, Honorable Speaker, the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee to ensure that we maintain the same fiscal deficit as we pass in BPS, and also the expenditures as we pass them here, so that we don't get budget estimates in April, end of April, that are radically different from what we pass in the budget policy statement. And I think that is a song that this House has been singing every financial year. But Honorable Atandi and your committee, I know you're up to the task, and you'll be able to ensure that we achieve that. Finally, Honorable Speaker, on implementation of e-procurement in government, and I see there's a recommendation from the committee on it. We must ensure that e-procurement does not become a song that we keep singing. And I know there is resistance, Honorable Speaker, from many quarters within government, because people do not want e-procurement because it is helping to stem corruption. People want to continue procuring goods and services in government as they used to, where you enter into deals and agree who are you awarding this tender and that one is going to who. But with e-procurement, the system is very transparent and accountable. And because that is what the law, our constitution, Article 226, and the Public Procurement and Disposal Act speak to, we must ensure then that we do this and ensure the full implementation of EGP. I was wishing that you'd also have, I see you put a timeline of by 30th June 2026, the CS must also report to us on the progress of implementation of EGP. And also the single treasury account, Chair, when you come to it later. Thank you.
Very well, and thank you for retracting the statements on the Honorable Fatma Mohammed, Woman Rep Migori, who is your chair and very diligent attender of this House, currently on Ramadan. Now, let's go to Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Also, let me join my colleagues on commenting on the budget policy statement for 2026-2027, which are set before us by virtue of the PFM Act, and also sets out the budget, the midterm limits, ceiling limits for each sector of the economy. Honorable Speaker, ideally a budget policy statement should set the broad economic objectives to be achieved, the broad development objective the country needs to achieve, and probably focus less on the ceilings. But for now, Honorable Speaker, as we stand here today, there are a few issues that we must put very clear and stark to the people of Kenya. Is the state of the economy. Because ultimately, the budget policy statement must set the tone on where to intervene the most in order to improve economic growth, as well as improve the welfare of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee talking about economic growth. Honorable Speaker, statistics available indicates that probably 2025, the economy might only grow about 4.9 to 5.2%. We are waiting for the report that I'm sure is released shortly. And there are projections that this year, 2026, will grow by 5.2% as well. Honorable Speaker, that is below the 5.9% the World Bank has suggested that the economy needs to grow so that we can put as many people as possible in the employment bracket and reduce the poverty level, national poverty level, Honorable Speaker, that's at 38% as we speak here today. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that was of major importance and that's really derailing the economic development of this country is the issue of revenue, on-source revenue collections. Honorable Speaker, we are hovering at around 16 to 17% of the GDP. Yet in many World Bank reports suggest that for us to make progress, to change the structure of this economy and ensure this economy grows, we must push that revenue to 20% of the GDP. I would have expected that this budget policy statement, I would have expected the Budget Appropriation Committee to apply their mind in their policy statements to policy resolutions to see how best we address this issue. Honorable Speaker, one of the budget policy statement says major objectives or goals to be achieved. One is bringing down the cost of living, ensuring food security, creating jobs, expanding the tax base, improving foreign exchange balances, fostering high and inclusive growth. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the issue of reducing the cost of living, many times we have been told overall inflation rate is hovering at around 5%, which is below the 7.5%. But Honorable Speaker, that statistics masks the reality. When you go to non-core inflation, Honorable Speaker, we are now dealing at almost 10-point-something% as of December 2025. And for the purposes of those who are listening, non-core inflation basically focuses on food, transport, and energy, which are the basic things that affect a typical Kenyan on each and every single day. We see nothing in these policy resolutions or policy statements pronounced in this year's BPS that even tries at any rate to address the issue of the high cost of living. You cannot talk about reduced cost of living while every single month the basket of food increases by 10%. Yes, salaries have remained stagnant, the economy has remained stagnant, the economy has remained unchanged, and then we talk about the journey to Singapore. I don't want to use the derogatory terms. It was used by one of my colleagues that the road to Singapore might just end up at the road to Timborua. For me and my house, Baba left us at Mount Nebo. We are looking at entering Canaan. I'm not going to Singapore. It's too far, yet Canaan is just here. Honorable Speaker, let me also talk to the policy resolutions that I have proposed. One of the most far-reaching and important one is policy number 4, that beginning the financial year 2026-2027, the National Treasury publishes exchequer releases, including programs in line with the program-based budget. This will enhance quarterly.
The interest is immense, so Honorable Tongoyo, and then Women Rep Baringo, and then we come here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the very onset, I want to stand to support the motion being moved by the Chair Budget on the BPS. And Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity also to commend the good job done by the Budget and Appropriation Committee, being led by my very able chair and friend, for a very good job well done. Honorable Speaker, we all appeared as chairs before this committee, and I want to admit that they were so thorough, they were so keen, they're listening to the committee chairs, and actually that is now what resulted to this very beautiful document. Honorable Speaker, this BPS as presented and tabled, from the look of it, if you read through the report, it is actually people-oriented, and it is aligned to the better plan, being, of course, the cornerstone of the Kenya Kwanza government, which, Honorable Speaker, when well implemented, will be able to spur the economical growth of this country and resulting into the prosperity of the Kenyan people. Honorable, and of course, I want to say, and actually looking into this, we are on the right track into the Singapore, Honorable Speaker. So the Singapore dream is real. Honorable Speaker, looking into the report, you can able to appreciate that the very critical sectors like health, education, has gotten a good share, ceiling. And like in education, which I know, Honorable Speaker, you are so keen and passionate about, this will enable Kenya to have the right human capital to continuously driving our country toward the Singapore dream. And I want to talk more, Honorable Speaker, on the security sector. I want to say that, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the good job done by the chair and the committee. You can note that the Budget Committee has been enhanced by close to 4 billion Kenya shilling. However, Honorable Speaker, if you note, in the NPS, Honorable Speaker, the budget in the NPS, National Police Service, Honorable Speaker, despite that the NPS has been getting a lion's share, you note that 80% of this budget normally goes to PEs and O&M, leaving hardly 12% to do the other operation and the staff. And if you look, it has been having a big gap of close to 45 billion. And they want to really applaud the enhancement. I know it is going to enable to probably be, maybe when you look into the estimate, because I've seen it has been spread 1 billion in the DCI, 1 billion in the IG, and the 1 billion to the KPS and AP, which, Honorable Speaker, considering that we are going into an electioneering year, we need to enhance the capacity of operation of our security officers to ensure that we are able to campaign in peaceful environment. So these monies will enable to enable them able to achieve their mandate. Honorable Speaker, in the same ceiling, there is a crucial project that has been considered, like Mbagathi Hospital, which has been finished. It has been is open and running, but it has been having a pending bill of close to 700 million, and it has been considered in the same. But Honorable Speaker, you still consider that there's some very crucial infrastructure like air wings within for the National Police Service, which currently has got only 3 aircrafts flying. And it's regrettably, actually, I think 1 or 2 only pilots. And I think in this BPS, they have expressed that, of course, when the budget is enhanced, is going to consider to continuously training their expertise pilots so that they can able to be flying around our security officers. Honorable Speaker, I want to say with these few remarks, I again want to support the motion, and I want to say that if we continue in this trajectory, we are here, Kenya, we are really on the good track to Singapore. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable
Thank you.
Chimatia and then Mwashako.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to contribute to this motion on the floor on BPS. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to declare that I am a member of this committee, and this is my 4th year sitting down and listening to chairs of departments when they are presenting their policy and wishes. Mr. Speaker, what I've noted keenly is that every year, BPS, as much as it should reflect the wishes of the government of the day, is highly duplicated. The ambitions of most of the permanent secretaries and departments of, or heads of departments is not so different. If you look at what we presented in 2024-5, it's almost relative. That one means, Mr. Speaker, that we have not cracked where exactly can we do better so that we are able to have a good collection of our revenue. Mr. Speaker, I also discovered and also analyzed that one of the biggest and one of the reasons why we have a problem when we are in our fiscal deficit is our constitution, Mr. Speaker. We adopted and promulgated a very expensive constitution in this country. To be sincere, it is one of the reasons why, if you look at the living standards in Kenya today, compared to 10 years probably ago, there's a lot of difference. Many Kenyans are increasingly becoming poorer, and there's the shrinking of middle levels Kenyans. And we have very few Kenyans who are able to access probably good health and wealth or generate income comfortably. That shows that at some point, we were not able to sit down and understand whether this constitution was going to help us properly. And I think if you look at all the constitutional offices in this country, that depends on taxpayers. It is not possible for us. To some extent, I don't want to dim our dream that we are going to Singapore, but something must be done. Mr. Speaker, it is not fair as legislators, as much as we wish so well for the government of the day, to watch counties disintegrate. Roles of the counties are not functional, specifically health. Whoever decided, and to some extent, Mr. Speaker, the people who sat and drafted the Constitution of Kenya are not consumers of the Constitution. They are not in politics, for instance. If you look at those people, the experts, we gave them room and permission to do and draw our Constitution. They are not the people consuming this Constitution every day. And that is why they don't feel the pinch. They don't understand the effect of giving us a Constitution that is so progressive, while we are depending on the same Kenyans who are not able to sustain the same Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this committee, I also noted that Article 223, which was is a good preserve of the Constitution, that we are supposed to use it when it's always need be, is a bit misused. People who sit in government, on echelons of power, mandris in treasury, wherever they have issues, they look at 2 to 3 as their solutions, without necessarily looking at the bigger picture. And that is why we end up not having infrastructure flow. And I want to also say, because of time, that we need a very intentional way of helping this government and Kenya at large in terms of making progressive policies in the future. Like, for instance, as much as I support the affordable housing, I want to believe our president is going to have the next term. I would want to really urge that all of us rally behind industrialization as one of the policies that are going to help this country grow better. Thank you so much.
Honorable Mashako, and then now Chair Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to support the BPS for 2026. Honorable Speaker, I am also a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, chaired by our able chair, Honorable Atandi. We have spent not less than 2 weeks, Honorable Chair, looking at the budget policy statement that has been brought to us by Treasury and by extension, the Executive. Honorable Chair, this BPS is, for the first time, we are talking about ceilings that are in excess of 4.7 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, out of this, the government intends to mobilize, that is the new financial year 2026-2027, appropriation in aid and ordinary revenue of about 3.5 trillion, against an expenditure of 4.7 trillion for the same financial year. Honorable Speaker, that leaves us with a deficit of about 1.2 thereabout, 1.2 trillion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. That's about 5.3% of 5.3% of GDP. Honorable Speaker, that tells you we are already set to borrow 1.2 trillion shillings. That should send shivers to all of us. That means either we are putting ourselves in a situation where we have set to borrow and or to spend a 1.2 trillion shillings that we don't have, meaning that we have to go out there and borrow. Either we borrow domestically or we borrow out of from externally, Honorable Speaker. And this borrowing, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we are paying in excess of 1.2 trillion shillings in interest payments every year. And that tells you, Honorable Speaker, if we continue this kind of borrowing, we are not only jeopardizing our opportunities to grow this economy, but also we are putting our children and our children's children at a higher risk of ever staying in debt as a country. And therefore, the government must think out of the box, must come up with alternative ways of raising revenue that will meet its expenditure, Honorable Speaker. We have given 20 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, to KRA. And they have asked this money for that they can improve their tax administration, they can enhance staff morale. They have also said that they want to, make sure that their staff are, are compensated well as they go out there to mobilize resources, Honorable Speaker. I want to say here, Honorable Speaker, every year in, year out, KRA has been missing its targets. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the 20 billion we've given, we must call them to order at this point in time that this 20 billion must translate to money must translate to them meeting their targets, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this, and my chair is very vast with this, we have to be alert. By the time we get to the first half of the financial year 2026-27, Honorable Speaker, we must not tolerate KRA missing targets anymore, because that's where the problem is, Honorable Speaker. And even as they do this, mobilization of funds.
Shako,
yes.
You said 20 billion would then bring us all the taxes. Proceed.
Correct.
Okay.
20 billion is a lot of money. You know, you put a shilling to make money. So if I give them 20 billion shillings, they must meet their targets. And even as they do this, Honorable Speaker, when they do this, they must do it in a humane way. As they go out there to look for money, to make sure Kenyans pay taxes, they should not harass Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. They should do it in a humane way. They should do it in a manner that Kenyans will be able to pay taxes without being harassed, Honorable Speaker. But we are asking also Kenyans to make sure that every Kenyan pay their taxes, pay their good share of taxes. Honorable Speaker, we have also set aside, we are increasing the infrastructure budget by about 59 billion the next financial year. We are also increasing, and this infrastructure money, by the way, increasing, Honorable Speaker, we must say that this money should go into finishing all the projects that have been started. Honorable Speaker, there's a feeling by some of the quarters in this country that if you don't support government, you don't get enough support, you don't get enough infrastructure support, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the 59 billion that we're increasing on infrastructure must finish roads in across the constituencies. I'm talking about roads in my constituency, I'm talking about roads in Voi constituency, the new roads that we are starting. You know, we are starting roads in Taveta and roads across the country. This money should go into finishing all these projects, regardless whether that part of the country, those people in that country, that part of the country are in government or are not in government, because every Kenyan have a right to receive projects to equitably, so that no Kenyan, no part of the country is left out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I sit, there's money in health, there's money in agriculture. We must continue releasing this money to counties, so that then counties do not continue saying that money remains at the center.
Chair Finance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I rise to support this report by the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the budget policy statement of the year financial year 26-27. Honorable Chairperson, this BPS aligns the various resource envelopes and aligns them with areas that has impact on our better pillars of inclusivity and sustainable growth, Honorable Speaker. It's also very important, Honorable Speaker, to note that the various sectors that have been proposed for additional funding are areas that will lead to a growth-friendly fiscal consolidation. Honorable Chairperson, the investments that are being proposed, an increase in our areas of agriculture, in our education institutions, especially in our TVS, Honorable Speakers, are key areas that I'm certain will be key pillars for ensuring that we have a growth that is friendly with our fiscal consolidation, Honorable Chairperson. One of the policies, the recommendations that the Committee of Finance and National Planning made was to check if there is adherence to zero-based budgeting, as envisioned, Honorable Speaker, by the policy statement. But it's very important, Honorable Chairperson, to note, Honorable Speaker, to note that unlike previous BPSs, where we just saw a percentage increment across the various ceilings, we have seen a variance in terms of increases, and which therefore means that someone will not just slip on their job and decide to just increase the budget by say 10% across all sectors. We have had some get as high an increase as 30% and some as 5% and even others in negative, which means that, Honorable Speaker, that we are actually implementing zero-based budgeting, Mr. Speaker. As a Committee of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Chairperson, we did a proper scrutiny, and we intend to even do a bigger scrutiny in our activities when we go on this, Honorable Speaker, on the equalization fund. Honorable Speaker, equalization fund was envisioned by our Constitution to make sure that those areas that are marginalized, whether it is those areas wholly marginalized or pockets of marginalization across the country, have an affirmative action fund that brings them to par with other areas, Honorable Speaker. What we've seen has been, one, the choice of projects become so thinly spread that they are not able to make an impact, Honorable Speaker. If we identify a particular location in a marginalized place in Kitui, and you say you have given them 3 million shillings for a water project, that 3 million shillings is hardly able to sink above, Honorable Speaker, or even able to equip. And therefore, if these monies continue to be thinly spread across the country, then a few years towards when the fund is expiring, we may not really bank on the impact that they're supposed to do in terms of making sure that those areas are as par with the rest of the country, Honorable Chairperson. I know the recommendations of the committee on the issue of pending bills. Honorable Chairperson, I am sure.
This is Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, sorry. I note the recommendations by the chairperson of the committee on the pending bills, Honorable Speaker. And I think it's because I kept saying chair when you're passing all the amendments of the previous bill. The issue of pending bills remain a pain to many business people, Honorable Speaker. For a very long time, you will be able to go to the bank and with an LPO get financing. But nowadays, getting an LPO, getting a government tender, is a source to your being bankrupt, is a source of your being auctioned. Honorable Speaker, I'm really hoping that with now the implementation of our cash, the change of accounting policy from cash to accrual, then you're going to see a government entities, and especially the notorious counties, consider the first charge of pending bills in their books, Honorable Speaker. We don't need to audit pending bills, especially after every election, Honorable Speaker. Someone took a loan, supplied goods, supplied services to a government entity, to a county government, then they are required to go find, all manner of verifications. And when they are doing this project, there was no verification that was going, Honorable Speaker. We've seen some committing suicide. We've seen people begging, going back to their knees to beg for this, Honorable Speaker. And lastly, because I'm saying I'm out of time, on Kenya Revenue Authority, we have done an extra allocation to Kenya Revenue Authority for staff training, for the medical insurance, to look at their salaries, to make sure they have promotions, so that, Honorable Speaker, there is no excuse that they are incapacitated in terms of resources. And we have told them that we need an agreement that they're going to match a shilling with another 5 shillings. That for every additional allocation we give them, they're going to be increased in terms of revenue collection. Because we cannot, Speaker, continue to have 20% of the Kenyan population paying 80% of our taxes. We must expand our tax base. We need everyone to pay just their rightful share of tax. No shilling more, no shilling less. I beg support, Honorable Speaker.
Tuku Kwenya, and then Moses Kirima, you've been waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to add my voice on budget policy statement. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, without just stating my position, whether I support or otherwise, I have had my issues with the way we pass resolutions in this House and many other things that we do in the House, and we pass, but then we don't see fidelity to see that the same, we live to what we've passed. And I'm saying this because, Mr. Speaker, every year we have a ritual, and allow me just to use that term, ritual, whereby we pass BPS, and I've taken the trouble to compare what we pass as BPS versus the budget that we adopt in this House. And the variances, Mr. Speaker, are not something that we should be happy about, because there's no way we are setting ceilings. By the time figures are presented to this House in terms of budget, when time comes, there's a whole lot of variance, and we're not able to address the same. The purpose of budget policy statement is to set ceilings as to how much ministries and departments and government agencies can spend, or they envisage to spend, and how much revenues we envisage to raise, and how much fiscal deficit we envisage. But, Mr. Speaker, every time budget statements are, or rather the budgets are laid in this House, there are variances that are of monumental magnitude that we need to question. And, Mr. Speaker, I happen to be a member of Public Debt and Privatization Committee, whereby we oversee debt in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, about last week we passed the medium-term debt strategy, and it's not something to be pleased about, to realize that a whole 1.1 trillion is going to the repayment of interest, without even mention of the payment of principal amount that has been borrowed. And, Mr. Speaker, that being the case, looking at this budget policy statement, as my predecessor who spoke ahead of me, the MP for Taveta, the MP for Taveta, the Honorable Mwashako mentioned, a deficit that we envisage of about 1.2 trillion in the coming budget is something that should not cause us to sit pretty, because as much as we're making many interventions to see that we cede or we move away from borrowing, it seems like every fiscal year will be experiencing this kind of deficits. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that our debt carrying capacity is growing in tandem with our appetite to borrow. And therefore, my ask is, even as we get excited about the figures that we envisage, the numbers as they are, that we're going to spend money to this extent, looking at this ministry there's an increment of so much. Even as we get excited, we must know that there's a catch, either in terms of what we call domestic borrowing, or we are going to borrow from our development partners. And Mr. Speaker, if things go haywire, just a little, and we should thank God that as much as we are dependent on the rains, that's to say, our economy is agricultural driven. In the event, or if anything happens to this country, and there is drought, and therefore we have to import food, or like what is happening in the Middle East, that the war, that is likely to cause increment in terms of fuel prices, then our economy becomes something else, and our repayment of debt, because that will have direct impact on the exchange rate, then it means then our debt burden increases significantly. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, even as we pass these beautiful figures that excite us from where we sit, and we see the many projects that are going to be funded, we must ask ourselves difficult questions. Are we passing a populist kind of document, or are we doing the right thing? Because as the middle of majority said, we must be ready to do the right thing. Popular figures here would excite us, but is it the right thing, or are we going to sit here again during supplementary budget to move figures so that then we are able to fund our obligations? I support, but I think we need to work harder in terms of what we pass in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moses.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this important motion. Speaker, I thereby, on the onset, support the BPS statements, which are before us. I demand, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Speaker, the budget, the estimates which you have, the BPS which we have given, look so much exaggerated compared with what we can be able to raise. When we compare what we have now, as we are talking of 3.7 trillion, with what we have, and the government says that it's able to finance 3.7 trillion, and we have 4.2 trillion at the BPS, it means that we are going to have a debt. How are we going, that budget and deficit, how are we going to meet it? Why can't we, Mr. Speaker, sir, why can't we budget what we can be able to finance? Because the moment we finance excess beyond what we can be able to finance, what is going to happen to that which we are not going to have? It means that we are going to borrow. At the moment we borrow, we are going to increase the state debt. When we increase the state debt, we are abandoning the current generation and the future generation, and the reason of why we are giving an extra deficit of what we are not having, we cannot explain, because we shouldn't be able to live within what we can be able, at least to finance. If you look at the constitutional, which was inaugurated in the year 2010, that constitution created very many bodies, independent bodies. These independent bodies, they are a source of where we can spend funds, because they have employees, they have been given some duties, of which we are supposed to finance through our budget. But if you look at it, is that we created of where we can spend, but we did not create of where we can get the money from. We have no source at all. The people who are thinking about the 2010 Constitution did not think of how we are, if anyone can try to remember, those issues were being raised at that time. We have created many sources of where we can spend money, but we have not created where we can get money from. And here it is coming to haunt us 15 years thereon later, because that's why we have budget in deficit come this year, next year, and the year before. This is the high time that Kenyans should be thinking of what we do with these existing independent bodies which do not assist this country to grow economically. They're just there socially. They're just there to satisfy some few characters, maybe within and without the country, beyond the country. But if you look at it clearly, economically, they do not add any value. A number of them are really duplicating work. Look at the agencies, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, look at the agencies we have. The authorities, the Kerio Valley, the Tana River, the Adi River, and many others. The coast, whatever the Coast Basin Authority. If you look at them, the work they are doing is what the county government is supposed to be doing. It's what the ministries are supposed to be doing. But work is duplicated. And those bodies are still existing. We live as Kenyans in self-denial of facing the reality whereby we should sit down when the country is in peace as it is now, without chaos, and formulate a constitution which can fit and which can at least be able to manage us in a way that we will not live in perpetual debt. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Minister of, as I conclude, if you look at the Minister of East Africa, what role does it play, the Minister of East Africa? It creates the role which the Foreign Affairs Ministry is playing. That's the duplication of work. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the last one is when you look at the constituencies when we make the BPS. The constituencies, most of them, the ones even which pay more taxes, they get less. Because we have to go to the minister to get what we call robbing, and at the end of the day, you get nothing. But a few blue-eyed characters, they get a lot of development, and some other constituencies are denied. So, Mr. Speaker, this BPS is very good, but it is it's one-sided. It's looped. In one or the other, it's not in favor of everybody.
The Honorable Harrison Kombe, I know you feel punished. It's because you kept on going out and coming in, and then the next will be Githinji, because he's also a similar victim. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time to add my voice to the budget policy statement. Mr. Speaker, indeed, I want to thank the chairman for the good job he's done. And actually, this budget policy statement gives me hope for my stalled project in the constituency of Magarini. Mr. Speaker, one of the stalled projects is the road from Sabaki to Baricho, which is stalled at a place known as Sosoni. It's my dear hope that in this statement, we are going to have the money to complete the road. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, I know it is my turn to have the affordable housing project in my constituency. So, personally, from where I stand, I support the statement, and I would urge each one of us to support it, because in one way or the other, the constituencies are going to benefit like any other. We have also other stalled projects. I've gone through the statement. It's for irrigation, development, and rehabilitation. Several constituencies have stalled projects which need to be rehabilitated for irrigation. For one, Magarini alone, given the opportunity to do irrigation, can supply food or can become a food basket for the entire Coast Province or Coast Region. Mr. Speaker, this statement, I can call it the best statement I have ever come across. And it is all contributed to the good heart of the chair. He has considered several factors until they came up with this statement. They have covered the areas of water, which is indeed needed for the production of foodstuffs. Once we do irrigation, there we are. We don't even need the rain. I believe he has also provided provision for doing boreholes and dams, which again will help to produce food for the human beings and even to feed the animals. It is unfortunate that the northern part of Kenya, at times you look at the livestock dying, and yet there are chances of getting dams in that area, doing boreholes in that area, so that you can have sufficient water for both the human beings and the animals. Mr. Speaker, we look at the technical and vocational colleges that we have put across the constituencies. They're supposed to get help and upkeep money. Mr. Speaker, the allocation that has been given to the TVETs is sufficient to the extent that the students will be able to get the training materials. At the same time, they'll be able to get the upkeep. We are also looking at the power, distribution, and transmission. Most areas do not have power. Like in my place, I need the extension and distribution of power to schools, churches, shopping centers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gichimu Gidinji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me
Please give Gidinji a microphone, and there it is.
For giving me a second opportunity after I was called out when I had gone for a convenience break. And I had to sit through, Honorable Speaker, for I to be able to contribute to this very, very important motion on the report of the Committee of the Budget and Appropriation. Because, Honorable Speaker, this BPS will pave way for the main budget, which we will be considering towards the end of this financial year. Honorable Speaker, the BPS, as has been said by many members, it ought to give direction, the policy direction, the thinking of the government in its plans for the economy of the country, for the programs in this country, and also giving ceilings that have been proposed by various departments, by the executive, for purposes of implementing those programs to shape the policy direction of the country. Honorable Speaker, this policy direction, policy statement, has greatly focused on empowerment of the youth. And Honorable Speaker, there's a program called Nyota, which has really impacted on the youth of this country. But Honorable Speaker, I see a very good policy direction that this program will continue so that it can be able to empower as many youths as possible to start up their businesses, knowing that we've had a very probably difficult terrain in terms of youth starting businesses. And this policy direction has been captured by the committee, is a very, very good one, and we support. And this being under the Department of MSMEs, I believe it will be able to take our youth to the next level in terms of starting off their businesses. And I'm very happy that the President is very passionate about this program and many others that are seeking to empower our youth. Honorable Speaker, as we also look at this budget policy statement, we should also focus on having the common Kenyan feel this budget going forward. As the President has been very keen, and the government that he leads has been very supportive on subsidizing production so that Kenyans can be able to produce enough, because even if we make as many industries as possible, even if we do many roads and do other programs, and the common mwananchi is hungry, I believe it is the high time that we focus on empowering the common mwananchi to produce enough food, and especially around this time that this country, most of the parts of this country have also been suffering, shortage of, have had shortage of rains. Honorable Speaker, and the other issue is the industrialization. This is an issue that should be taken very seriously, and though the amendments that have been brought by the chair of Trade Leaders and Cooperatives Committee failed, were defeated, I think it's the high time that it should be, or the committee should be listened to, because the committee cannot be able to oversight counties. And where there are funds that are appropriated and there is low absorption, yeah, so it should be relooked at so that at least we can put money where there is value, or where there is value for money. And the other thing, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, is the tax policies. We need.
Honorable Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this budget policy that is so important. But as we stand here today, sometimes we must ask ourselves some very important questions. Questions like, are we better today as Kenyans as compared to 10 years ago? Is Kenya better today as compared to 10 years ago? So as we plan and do our budget policies, we should look to improve the lives of the Kenyans. I wonder where we are headed, because we have budgeted 1.2 trillion above the revenues that are available. So we are increasing, in essence, we are increasing the national debt by 1.2 trillion. Basically, we are consuming today what our children and what the future generation should be consuming, but we are putting them in debt, and we will move on and leave them with the debt. We've already securitized things like the fuel levy. Basically, we have borrowed the loans today against future income of the fuel levy. So the youth and the young people and the future generations will have to come and pay the debts today. Why can't we live within our means? Why can't we have a budget policy or a budget that is within our means? Why not reduce the appetite of and willingness and urge to consume today what our future generations and our kids should be able to make their own decision and agree that this is the priority for them. Why are we consuming and leaving them with such a huge debt? As we stand here, even the ones that even the policies that we put together, we have left out such an important areas like the JSS, more about, I believe, approximately 42,000, 4,200 teachers shortage that are required.
It's 44,000.
I stand guided. Not 42,000 teachers, JSS teachers that are required is 44,000, a shortage of. And yes, we need additional teachers in secondary school, the high school that is. We need additional teachers in primary school. So, but the priorities are in the wrong place. If we were to sit and consider what is our priority as a country, even industrialization, because we need employment for the youth, but the funds provided are inadequate to be able to get us to move towards industrialization. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this, but I urge as Kenyans and members of Parliament that we be a little bit more physical, take up a little bit more physical responsibility and budget, come up with budgets that enable us as Kenyans to live within our means. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bayer, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's a nice time to actually contribute to this important debate, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the budget policy statement, for which I'm happy to contribute to, is a policy direction for a government as we get into the budget. It's a part of the budget cycle, Honorable Speaker. And this is a very important statement because it gives a fiscal direction. Where are we going to invest our money, and what are the ceilings and all that, so that as we populate the budget, Honorable Speaker, we are aware of the ceilings that are available and where the money should go. Actually, somebody told me that, one of my professors told me that if you want to know the direction of a nation, look at its budget. If what they say in public differs with what is in their budget, then there is a problem. But if what they say is actually what is in the budget, then you can see a direction. Sometimes you hear government says, you know, we want to invest heavy in infrastructure, in ICT and all that. Then you come and look at what you have here and you don't see that there's Congress, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, you hear that we have a problem of youth, the youth bulge. But then when you look at the budget, Honorable Speaker, you don't actually see them solving the problem within the budget. What I'm saying is this is a very important document, and it's upon us as Parliament to give strategic direction because we are the budget-making house. And therefore, that strategic direction of a country needs to start from here. If we can align this properly, then we can get the country on the right path, Honorable Speaker. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, I just want to touch on a few things. You see, there is 9 billion that has been budgeted for equalization. That is here in the policy statement, and the statement about equalization. The equalization fund, Honorable Speaker, is a constitutional fund. And it has a timeline. I think we have now a few years to go. But what is the realization in terms of real-time development to actually equalize the country as envisaged by the people that midwife to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker? My people, the people from the coast, woke up very early to go and vote for this Constitution that we are proud of. And one of the reasons that they voted for this Constitution is because there was something called Equalization Fund that was meant to bring them to the same level with other regions of Kenya. But, Honorable Speaker, it is this House with CRA, is it Commission for Revenue Allocation, that distorted the formula completely, Honorable Speaker, and took money all over and distributed thinly such that we cannot realize what was intended by the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. My people are suffering. They are suffering, Honorable Speaker. because they cannot catch up with the rest of Kenya, because the other parts of Kenya that seem to have been very well developed in the past regimes, Honorable Speaker, took away the money again. They took away the money and took the money to their regions, Honorable Speaker. A very sad state of affairs. And I want to ask the Honorable Atandi, in this BPS, realign the equalization fund. Realign it, and it should be your legacy. Honorable Atandi, for the few years that are remaining on the equalization, it should be your legacy. Then look at the areas that were actually first, I think there were 16 counties, 14 counties, Honorable Speaker, that were initially said to have been underdeveloped in the past, underserved in the past, and therefore we are putting, give me like 3 more minutes, Honorable Speaker, because I need to make this important point. Honorable Speaker.
We are adding 1 minute.
No, two, Honorable Speaker. So Honorable Atandi, the chairman, the Honorable Chairman, esteemed Chairman, please, as we push this, one of your recommendations out of this debate is that the equalization funds must be realigned to the regions that were initially supposed to have received this money, Honorable Speaker, so that it becomes a policy, a fiscal policy, so that we run away from what CRA did because it was being chaired by people who came from those well-to-do areas, Honorable Speaker. They took away the money. The areas of Northeastern, the areas of Coast, the areas of Nyanza that needed this money was robbed. I want to use that word. They were robbed of their money, Honorable Speaker. And I feel I feel betrayed sometimes. I feel betrayed sometimes on this aspect. That today we were supposed to have water in the coast, in the marginalized areas. We don't have water 20 years after the promulgation of the new constitution, 10 years down the line, Honorable Speaker. We don't have water again. We don't have the roads. We don't have electricity. We don't have the things that we wanted to have through the constitution, Honorable Speaker. We are poorer now. But Honorable Speaker, the equalization fund is something that must make a difference, a big difference to communities, Honorable Speaker. And just that point, if you can help to realign equalization, the 9 billion that you have put here, Honorable Speaker, instead of my constituency receiving only 7 million, just imagine, 7 million, a region that for many years has been marginalized, Honorable Speaker. What does it receive at the end of the final year, the financial year? 7 million. What can you do with 7 million to equalize a region? What can you do? And it only comes one sublocation, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, there's something that we must do as Parliament, this 13th Parliament, this year, Honorable Speaker. The only thing that I think we need to realign in this BPS is the equalization fund and what we do with it, including policy change and change of the law, Honorable Speaker, so that it goes back to the areas that it was meant to go. Honorable Speaker, one of the interesting things that I find here, especially in education, Honorable Speaker, education can be used as a systematic tool to marginalize other people. Because if you give other regions better education and give other regions poor education because you're not giving them enough teachers, you're not giving them enough capitation, you're not giving them enough resources, what you're doing is you're systematically continuing to marginalize those areas as you elevate other areas. So what I would like to see, Honorable Speaker, in this budget policy statement, one of the things that you need to input here is an affirmative
1 minute.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. So if we are serious about equally developing this country, Honorable Speaker, in terms of human capital, in terms of human resource, Honorable Speaker, then we must change the budget policy statement to infuse affirmative action to areas which, can you imagine, my county, for the first time, it produced an A in KCSE last year. This year, it only has 5. But you go, that's the saddest part, Honorable Speaker. But you go to other areas, a location produces 20, 30 A's. A whole county produces 1 A. 2 A's, 3 A's, a whole county, Honorable Speaker. Now, if you look at why is it happening, it is because proper investment in the education sector has not been done. And if it has not been done, what do you expect? Do those people from those areas get the same opportunities to advance to jobs? They cannot. You cannot have equality or equity, Honorable Speaker, when you have that kind of state of affairs. What I would like to see in this budget policy statement, Honorable Speaker, and I want to ask Atan, is to infuse something here, and it will be your legacy. Affirmative action in those areas that education has been poorly performed in terms of scores and competencies, Honorable Speaker. Give them more resources to employ.
No, that's enough now. But you have been very good on your areas. I think I want to call upon the mover to reply. But remember what he has just told you about education, the 44,000. You know, ordinarily I would be speaking down there. The 44,000 teachers would completely revolutionize that area. And the health, honestly, is very important that we get that share working, because that's the bottom line. And of course, the CBA for teachers. Thank you. You may reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, let me begin by appreciating the members of Parliament who have interacted with this report and have listened carefully to their submissions and their concerns. Let me just respond to a few, Honorable Speaker, with your permission. And I would like to start with the concerns raised by the Honorable Owen Bayer on the Equalization Fund. Honorable Owen Bayer, your concerns are indeed right, and are also similar to the concerns that have also been raised by members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Honorable Owen Bayer, we interacted with the CRA, Commission for Revenue Allocation, as part of preparation for this report. And we equally were concerned about the new formula. The new formula for sharing Equalization Fund, which was developed by the previous commission, has indeed distorted the broader vision of the Equalization Fund, to the extent that if you go to a place in developed areas of the country, you will find that in one particular village, an allocation has been reserved for one single project. Indeed, Equalization Fund, for the drafters of the Constitution, they wanted a fund that was going to elevate areas that had been neglected. And it was meant to develop huge projects in infrastructure that was going to make a difference. But now you find that we have a formula where 2 million has been given for a borehole in one particular area, even in developed parts of the country. So, Honorable Speaker, we are going to allocate resources to CRA to quickly revise the formula. And that is a request they gave to us. So in the estimates, we are going to give them money to revise the formula quickly so that we can have a formula that responds to the dictates of the Constitution and the people who drafted the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, just for your information, you realize that we were so angry with the formula that members of my committee, we have never been able to pass the appropriations, equalization appropriation for this financial year, because we don't understand the impact of that, of the allocations. So that concern has been noted, and indeed the Commission has told us that they were also working very hard to ensure that we revise it. The other concern that has been raised has to do with the public debt. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure members that the budget that we are passing in this House under the broad-based government are very responsive. We are passing responsive budgets. We are passing budgets that we can actually manage with the resources that we have. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the total revenue collection and you isolate public debt, you realize that we are actually running a balanced budget. Even though there are concerns about debt servicing costs, which continues to rise. For example, this financial year, our estimates for debt servicing was about 990 billion. In this BPS, we are projecting about 1.1 billion as debt servicing, trillion as debt servicing costs, an increase of about 100 billion. This is worrying, Honorable Speaker, but what we must know is that we are not servicing debts of today. We are servicing debts that were procured with the previous regimes. And it is our work as government of today to ensure that we service those debts. I want to assure you that we are putting in place strategies that are going to help us in ensuring that debt does not become a burden. For example, Honorable Speaker, I've told you, in the revenue generation front, which again I wanted to comment, because I think what we want to do with our tax reforms at KRA have not been understood properly. The 20 billion which we are allocating to KRA is not to be used to harass taxpayers across the country. First of all, we want to digitize the KRA systems. The fact that in the modern day era, we still have to interface, people have to interface, KRA staff have to interface in revenue collection is something that we want to stop. Because we want to have systems in place where we want to bring, first of all, we want to bring broadened tax base. There are so many people here who are not paying taxes. Once we have a system in place that we can now use to broaden tax base, you will not need to go to anybody. If you are going to buy something, for example, there's one of the strategies that is here that I would like to share, has to do with tax expenditures. When you speak of tax expenditures, cost us about 400 billion every year. These are waivers, zero-rated VAT. Zero-rated VAT, the way it works here, does not support us. Because you find that the manufacturers are the ones that benefit from zero rating. They claim VAT tax. But we want a system where, Honorable Speaker, that you can benefit from that zero rating directly when you go to purchase a zero rated item. For example, when you are buying from duty-free shops, you get the benefit there and there. We want people to get the benefit there and there as opposed to companies claiming VAT refunds from us. That is eating about 400 billion. If we can save that money, the debt servicing cost will not be a problem. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, we honestly believe that the reforms that we are trying to recommend for KRA, which involve fully digitizing systems of KRA, is going to help us. We must work hard, we must work together as Kenyans to be able to achieve all these gains. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I would like to say that we are going to do our best to ensure that we maintain the fiscal deficit from where we have, what was approved by medium-term debt strategy paper, which has already been passed here. It's never our intention to normally go above what has been passed here, but we are going to do our best, because that was a concern which was raised by the leader of majority. We are going to do our best, and we are going to ensure that we continue to run a responsive budget that meets the expectations of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I wish to reply.
Honourable members, we shall defer putting of the question to the next sitting. Honourable members, and the time now being 8:47 p.m. Honourable members, this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 10th March 2026 at 2:30 p.m.